Guess who is live? What up? What up? Doing my general posting of letting everybody know what's going on. Okay. Stream is going, blah blah blah. Hop back over into the sim itself. Set myself in VR, and we are ready to rock, if that's a thing. Get this up on my laptop so I can monitor. Oh, hello guys, shit. It looks like I already have Jake as the mod. Hell yeah. We're good to go. Wasn't expecting to see people in here so quick. That's a good thing. Airbus fan, haven't seen you in a bit. Where you been? Of course, I haven't been here either, so I can't really judge on that. Let's see. So if y'all doesn't know, the show I've been working on is no longer working right now, although we did get picked up for season 4, which is cool. But that still means I have a few month hiatus until that particular show comes back. So you know, gonna be chilling until then. I figure if I'm flying anyways, might as well stream the flying. Honestly, I didn't know Ring the Bell did anything for live streams, because I feel like I've never been notified about a live stream before on YouTube. Hell yeah. Yeah, you're usually busy. I've been unusually busy, so... Okay, what am I looking for? I'm looking for arches. I saw a video of, what's-his-face? Fred North flying through arches. And I want to fly through arches. So let's see. What's going on over here? What is this? Grand Junction. What area am I looking for? Thompson Springs, Green River... Okay, so I'll be left of Grand Junction. Yeah, I was starting to stream decent yesterday, but that big storm system decided to roll through, which ruined a lot of that. Let's see, Frita. Okay, I'm gonna be left of that. Westwater. I'll be left and down of that. Canyonlands. Okay, so that's kind of where we're going to be. I think this area here is where we want to be. That's the road. Is that an airport there? Okay, yeah, we'll take off of Canyonlands. And we're kind of headed up into this area here, so I'll just set that as arrival or whatever. set that as departure. Let's go something a bit faster than that, actually. Let's see. Passengers, sure. I want to see if flying through the arches is possible, so that's what we're gonna do. Wait for this to load in for just a couple of seconds. we fly low and left here because we have a little bit of trigger flinch, you know. Trigger flinch airlines. Come on, cloud-based gaming, you can do it. Let's go. Elon Musk Starlink don't know anything about storm clouds in our region. But yeah, since the show's over now, where'd I put my water bottle? Here it is. Since the show's over now, I figured I'll be flying around a lot to kill time. And might as well just stream it, you know? Even if it's one guy watching, or 50 people watching, or no people watching, you know? I'll be here doing this anyways. Might as well put it out there where if somebody does want to watch and hang out, then there's something for them to do. E-wrong. Oh, we got Elon Musk in here, so you know. That's a thing. Is it going to give me my start thing? Don't see it, so I gotta leave VR for just a second. And where's my mouse at? There we go. Now I can pop back in. Okay, get rid of that. We're going to get rid of that. Oh no, went too far. Why are we popping around? Elon Musk. All the gauges are still loading in, but that's fine. We don't technically need them where we're going. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, for anybody who's watching that's not Jake here, if you download 2020, if you don't already have PC and you're doing this yourself, we can cross-play onto Xbox and stuff. So if you want to fly around or whatever eventually, download, let me know on my Instagram. I don't check multi-shot Matt often, but my Matt Zarnowski Instagram page or whatever, hit me up and we'll go fly. I'd like to fly with friends more. Gives me things to talk and do and chat and see, and some live in-person yapping, you know. So that's always fun. Okay, everything's looking good. Rotor speed's getting up into the usable range now. Torque hovering good. It's dropping down because we've hit the speed that we want to go. We're facing the wrong way, so we're going to pick up and go the other way. Let's see, do I feel like I'm seating the right way? Yeah, good enough. Adding power slowly with the collective there. Hear the chop. Let's get up over this idiot who refuses to move away from me. What direction do you want me to go? You want me to go straight up? Okay. Yeah, sure. We'll get rid of those markers. We don't need those anyways. Elon Musk, good to see you again. Let's build up a little bit of speed here. I don't think I've ever flown desert area in the sim yet. So this will be a nice little change. We're at almost 5,000 feet up right now. Above sea level, that is. That explains the bit more collective that I'm used to using to start getting going. The air is thinner. It's probably hotter too. There's a thermometer somewhere usually. I don't see it. Oh well. Just a different change in scenery. Just like the sandbox. This is a sandbox. It's just America's version. Dude, imagine war out here. Like, we see all the depictions of Afghanistan, a lot of Afghanistan, Iraq, and stuff from when we were sandboxing. And, of course, it's a lot of urban sprawl and more door-to-door fighting, small town, like Adobe Hut sort of things. Since it was definitely not a near-peer, there's a building down there. Since it wasn't a near-peer area or sort of conflict that we were in, so we don't have this good idea of what fighting was out there. But what I may do on another day, I don't quite want to do it today, but I would like to fly out in the Afghanistan mountains and stuff to show how ridiculously hilly and stuff is, because I mean, people don't realize the Himalayas reach into Pakistan. I want to say one of the 7 or 10, I think like maybe the 7th tallest peak in the world is in Pakistan, and it's just right up the street from Afghanistan, you know. Okay, let's look at this map here real quick. Where's my mouse? So all in this area here are supposedly arches, which is kind of what I'm looking for, but it's not looking like they're going to be rendered in appropriately because I wanted to fly through an arch. Oh, that sucks. We're sideways as hill right here. Let's go. Also had a dream last night about helicopters, go figure. Except it wasn't the 125 like this is. It was the Schweitzer, there's a building here. It was the Schweitzer 300, or the 269. Didn't know which one it was. It was probably the 300 CBI. But I had a dream I was somewhere. I want to say it was like a film set that I was working on. But, that was just about settling with power right there, guys. But I want to say it was a film set I was working on. And, I was standing outside because we were filming at a location somewhere. And then there was a lake. And then a storm was coming in, and a water cyclone popped up, and we were watching that, and it happened to be a few minutes after a couple of like smaller 2-seater helicopters had swung by. So yeah, helicopter, sure. It sucks that there's no arches here. I wonder if that's what all the black stripes is. I think that's just ground trying to render in shadows. I wonder if I can do see if I can change the ground detail and bring any of that in. VR graphics. Graphics. So that's all of that. So it should give me more here with VR. There we go. Okay, let's see. Terrain. Off-screen terrain. I don't care about that. Terrain level of detail. Let's bump that up to 150. Let's triple right here. 155, sure. That's sharpened up a little bit. Let's see if it's affecting my performance any. Yeah, so there's a little two-seater helicopter in my dreams last night. And this morning, or whatever it was. I don't know if it was post-alarm snooze. Yeah, see, there should be arches right here. Darn. Although this does seem more detailed here. Strange. Ooh, this would be a cool stunt right here. So I'm gonna come up here and drop somebody off at the top, the pinnacle here. I'll kind of do a skids touching but not landing sort of thing. So I'm not completely light, but I'm not completely down either. Still kind of hovering. You can see when I move my pedals, we're still rotating a little bit there. So what we'll do, drop them off, pick them up. And do one of those things there. A lot of load on the tail boom there, so you have to be particular with the helicopter that you use, I would assume, because that's going to throw a lot of forces on it that probably would not be too friendly with this airframe structure. I just have like fingers crossed that like one arch made it through. Actually, I'm curious if there's a downloadable something, or maybe somebody went through and did some like higher end terrain mapping. There's a little trail here. Oh no, where goes my engine sounds? That's no fun. I want to hear the turbine. Let's sit down here looking at the parking lot. We'll see if we can get our turbine sounds back real quick. We're balanced enough. Shake it in. I menu, then come back. There we go. Let's get up off this little ledge thing here. And down on collective. Because while it's a thing with every helicopter, it's not quite as important of a thing with a non-underslung rotor system, but you really don't want to do anything where you're in normal cruising flight and then you push forward into a negative G. That's kind of frowned upon, and that's how you lose your entire tail boom. So we're going to, even though I don't think they have it modeled as far as damage in here, we're still going to do good practice and not throw ourselves into a negative G or a low G pushover. Okay, what is this big formation here next to our left over here? Oh, it's just all runoff. So there was something that I had spotted somewhere at one point. I'll find it again one day. But it was like a giant line that just kind of cut through an area with no real reason or definition, and I've looked into it before, and I couldn't find anything about it. I gotta remember where I saw this, though. While I'm no expert, I am somewhat of a geology enthusiast or nerd. But I can't remember, it was like a hilly feature area or something. But it was almost like ripples through like a couple of state area. Sound is suboptimal. Yeah, it is. You don't want to lose your tail boom. I assume that's what your suboptimal was referring to there. This would be a cool little place to check out here. Like trees and stuff in a little... I mean, I assume that's probably why they call this Canyonlands Park, you know? Okay, well, since there's no arches, what we need to do is be productive. So let's set this boy down up here. And let's go do something challenging. Go do some career mode stuff. Let me show you this real quick. So yeah, in something like the Robinson here, you can imagine like this being a rotor, and this over here. Let me use my laser pointer. Imagine the rotor system shaped like this. So you have a left rotor, kind of goes up over the center hub, then right rotor. So when you hit weird angles with it, the whole rotor system will tilt one way or the other. And that corner where they come down can impact the mast of the helicopter, and that's called mast bumping. A lot of Huey pilots and stuff kind of figured out how to fight that, or I wouldn't say fight it, but decrease the likelihood and odds of it. That's something that people call out Robinsons a lot for safety stuff because, oh my god, it's such a dangerous system. Robinsons are pretty safe. There is that problem, yes. They did actually just release a new horizontal stabilizer for their tail booms because they were finally able to do some different computational dynamics on the system and how the system works and everything, to where if you were flying, how have we played this as a helicopter before? I've used this shape before. Which one looks more helicopter-ish? Anyways, we'll say the helicopter's flying along this way. So when you're flying in that direction here, and you do your nose forward, and you realize that your recovery of leveling off is where it puts a lot of the forces on the rotor system itself, of the positive G adding to it, and also your main rotor system would be tilting aggressively to compensate for that. But one of the other effects of that is the entire body of the helicopter rolls, which with a thing called gyroscopic precession means you're dealing with a lot of other shit and forces and whatever going on. So they made a new horizontal stabilizer which affects those forces and those effects. Okay, we're going to do some flying. I haven't been in here earning money in a while, but they did fix some of the pay systems. I want to do a agricultural thing because they make a big chunk of money. We'll find something that pays well. 259, 246. This one was 660 or 5 or something. 661. 189. 216, 213. Actually, I want to warm up with a long line real quick. So we'll come over here to our money cluster of places. $193. Let's just do this real quick. A little bit of long line work or external. It's not really a long line. They don't give you a long line on this for some reason, but I think it's like a 30 or 40 foot line. And we'll do some lifting with that. Also, another thing I wish they would do with these missions would be make it where it's not a single trip back and forth, because we spend 2 to 3 minutes starting up the helicopter, 2 to 3 minutes shutting it down, but it's only like a 45-second mission, which not bad because we can move through and do work. But I'll tell you what, it's annoying that you can't go back and forth and really get the reps in without having to go through the entire startup process. Like if I could chunk every single one of the places around. Let's go ahead and check up on this thing real quick because I haven't flown it in a while. Oh, looks good. Let's wash it just because. But there's like 5 or 6 oil platforms in this particular area, and I would love to group all of them together at once, you know, and do all of the missions there at once and get that over with. I didn't check fuel load, which will be good. We'll squeeze through regardless. There we go. Go through, do the little inspection, pre-flight on all this because it matters now. Open the engine, check the oil. I didn't click you, literally wasn't even pointing at you. Okay, not bad seating position. We can scoot forward just a little bit. Get our battery on. Fuel pump on, anti-collision lights. Get that turned on. I'm going to contact the ground
Engine start
team.
preparing for takeoff. Please be ready. Copy that we're getting in position.
Also, this cutscene's kind of annoying because I'm moving my cyclic right here, but it completely kills that. So in rescue missions and the agricultural missions, which you'll see here shortly, it's a pain in the ass. Jake's writing a book in here.
The replenishment tanker is stationed nearby.
Yeah, the choreographed shoots were fun.
We need to pick up.
So if anybody's watching didn't see this on my personal Matt Zarnowski on Instagram, we've been doing some choreographed range days for shooting guns. Instead of just like, here's a drill, here's a drill, here's a drill, we wanted to do a choreographed setup so we can get cameras in a little bit closer, get some better shots, etc. I'm still not happy with the camera movements. Just because it's hard to convey a full 1 minute run to a camera person. Oh yeah, we got a lot of fuel here. That's gonna be fun. So I'm not happy with the camera movement at this point. But that's a me thing. Also, the editing that Alex did, since he's compensating for some of the camera movement not being how I imagined it, which I'll say that the way I... God, shut up. 2 souls on board, negative on refueling. Let's go.
Speed 11 knots. 2 souls on board. Negative on refueling.
Anyways, the way I have these days choreographed, it's... if the camera movements are correct and going the way that I want it to be, and the shooters do everything the way I imagine it, then you shouldn't need any heavy editing. You should just be able to, for all intents and purposes, film the run and then just put your music choice to it later, you know. Also, I've learned that we don't have to go to the pickup area approach. We can just kind of like fly in on it and ask for permission when we're getting over here onto it. I'm above the pickup area, you asshole.
I've always wanted to pursue this career, haven't you? It feels like we're living our childhood dream every day.
Hello in perfect position. Don't move.
I know it's been in the perfect position. So yeah, I don't care for his editing on it. I
Checks and security.
kind of choreographed these to where you don't need to do any cuts with it. I think runs are much more attractive when you don't have ooh, not good, not good. Nope, 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 something's not right. Abort. Yeah, I don't care. Something's not right. So yeah, it could be better. Once we get the camera movements down, it should be a no-cut thing. Also, in his defense, he did just get a new camera gimbal. So he's learning the workflow of that and the positioning and the settings to get it all to play right. Either way, not bad. You know, I'm not going to complain here or there like, oh my god, it's so horrible. It's like, well, that's our second choreographed range day, and this is the first one where it was like heavier movements. I also know he's done more shooting or when I say shooting, filming. He's done more filming for different things. That's not... I just checked up on you. I guess that doesn't count. It's my engine. Details. Okay, so that's good. Back fuel. Let's get rid of all of you. Literally don't need any of you. So yeah, he hasn't had the experience shooting or filming people doing shooting. And I think this next range day he'll be much better. We're all growing every day with it. We have some other camera people who want to come out and play and learn. And when I say camera people, I mean stunt people who also have cameras, because they do this thing called previses, and that's kind of what we're seeing our range days being, is more of like a previs day. And what you do with that, it's more of a, you show up, you practice, you rehearse all your stunts, and once you get them figured out and planned out, you shoot a pre-visualization, you show that to directors, the directors say, oh my god, that's so sick, and then they shoot it for real. So we're kind of filming these. Turn on. Turn on. You. There you go. So we're kind of shooting these like a previs day style sort of thing. Either way, they'll get better. I have a high standard for myself. Oh yeah, and with an actual camera it's even harder. With a phone you can run and you can jump and you can get into it, but then, for lack of better terms, it also looks like you're filming on a phone. He's doing it with a Sony FX3 on a DJI Osmo 4 gimbal, I believe. I want to get out of here. Scoot me forward. Scoot me forward. There we go.
The pickup deck in your helicopter.
So it's a very rough thing to move
Anchored just a few cables away.
with that setup. So like I said, everything's kind of against him. So I'm not going to blame him one single bit for it. it's like I know that I'm going to do the perfect run as far as I'm concerned. We're not putting priority on getting the hits, although I do want a priority on shooting safely. You know, I want you to be aiming at the target and putting them as close to the target as possible, but the big thing for it is we're choreographing for camera movement.
30
I'll wait
seconds
for
up. Wind
air
speed
run,
12 knots.
air run.
Two
What
souls
the
on
hell?
board. Negative on refueling.
We're choreographing for camera movements at the end of the day. You know, we could run a drill where it's like, okay, get 4 hits here, 4 hits here, 4 hits here. But if somebody's not a good shot, that 4 hit could be... Actually, I think I know what it was, how it was messing up on this last round. On my collective, there's a governor switch that I use for when flying the Robinsons, and I had that switch off since we weren't flying a Robinson, but for some reason, these helicopters, they have a governor, which I think's more or less like a FADEC button or something, and that was allowing engine RPM and rotor RPM decay. So we should have been able to get it over there with that amount of fuel that we had. This is going to make it easier now that we're on whiskey fuel. Yeah, that silly ass governor switch is not flipped.
Just an old habit.
Because now we can easily pick this up and get our airspeed without killing our torque.
We're leaving with 2 packs.
Okay, that makes more sense. I wasn't doing anything wrong. It was just a switch that doesn't exist in this helicopter that happens to be affected by the game.
Sargo nice. Duty call, see you around.
Yeah, but we're very, very happy with these range days because I'm not going to throw anybody else under the bus or trash anybody else's Instagram, because there are a lot of people that have a lot more followers and a lot more experience shooting guns than I do and Dave does and anybody else combined, you know. And they put out extremely competent drills and firing schedules. Like, let's just say Lucas, for instance. Lucas, I just said I wasn't going to say names, but Lucas puts out extremely good drills and practicing in good runs with very high hit factors. And that's phenomenal, but at the end of the day, what he's doing is more or less purely for the training value with a little bit of entertainment mixed into it. You know, I'm not going to say everything he does is strictly 100% the way it should be trained, but for most part, he's a very practical person when it comes to training. And what our ethos or understanding of what we're trying to do is...
Hopefully, they're prepared. If not, we could be in trouble.
Sorry, I'm kind of focusing a little bit. What our general understanding of what we're trying to do is, if there is a correct way to do something, then we're going to do it the correct way. If there is a non-designated way to do something, like on this recent one, there are skills and tactics for getting out of a vehicle, for bounding. There's specific things you do for shooting on the move. There's specific things you do for CQB and movement down the hallway. All that stuff's very well established. There's nothing by the book that's going to tell you, okay, cool, you are currently bounding to a location, and there's a bunker there, and you have to get into the bunker as quick as you can. There's no standard operating procedure for that, as far as I know. So what do you do? We got creative and we said, cool, the cool stunt guy thing to do would be run and jump into this bunker and slide in. So that's what we did. And then the way that the range is set up, or the way that we had built the range for this particular event, because we can kind of change it around with the skid steer, we could both slide down the front of that berm at the same time and go to a forward advance. And you can put any sort of scenario this or scenario that, whatever you want, in your head. But what we were imagining was, as you do your cover from the bunker there, nobody's there. Or you shoot whoever's in there.
I'm sure
As
it's
you're
leveled
doing...
out, so
Oh my
just
god,
relax.
shut up.
Just
Have
dropped.
power again for our morning
Anyway, I
coffee.
wouldn't like getting lost around here.
For sure.
Conditions must be pretty tough in bad weather.
Anyway, as you do your forward advance, we imagine that somebody else pops up from the guard stand, the guard bunker, whatever you like to call it. And once they pop in that guard bunker, that's your 2 shots while you're facing forward. We get to the door, we do a dead check just because it's sexy, and then we do the CQB thing. So we kind of have the scenario built in our head already. But we want to try to do it as accurately as we can, while allowing to have situations where we can put a little bit of stunt person flair into it. Because yeah, you can do it just as a drill. And you can do drills that are going to flush out what's wrong with A, B, C, or D, or whatever. It's like, okay, cool, well, you did your transition the wrong way here, or you went too quick here. Whatever. Good score. So yeah, like, we can do that. And we've done that with people before. We've done little training sessions with newer shooters where it's like, okay, cool, let's just do like a 2 reload 2. Because 1R1, even though it saves ammo, you don't really get to see if you're breaking grip whenever you get that second grip. Or the 1-shot reload 3, because once again, the reload isn't there, in my opinion, on those drills to train you to reload. In my opinion, the reload in those situations is to take your grip off of the pistol and then regain the grip, and any shots after that are testing to make sure that you put the appropriate grip on the pistol. And that seems to be the best way to look at it, in my opinion. Let's go do a thing up here. No, I didn't click on anything. Especially not flight sync. Ew. So yeah, like, we can do classes like that. We have the skills and the ability to comfortably teach a majority of intro level courses. I'm not going to jump out and say, hey, look at us, we're going to teach you Rifle 4 with CQB 7. You know, that's beyond what I know and what I'm capable of. You know, I'm sure I could be successful in a class learning that and performing it, but I haven't done it enough to teach it. So, accept mission. Yeah, we want this one. Big transfer, doesn't matter. So for our things, we're not trying to set up shots that are built to make you mess up. I'm not trying to make a drill to figure out that you've got a bad grip, or figure out that you have a bad sight picture, or you're not getting each one quick enough, whatever. I'm choreographing these days to, once we do a couple of initial rounds, either dry fire or airsoft, they're choreographed to where you're doing higher level movements and maneuvers in a way that makes you appear more competent than you are. Because for these situations, we're mostly doing it for stunt people. And stunt people are not really running real scenarios, you know, they're doing it for film. And I can't, although I can hold them to a higher standard, or to a high standard for, hey, you need to be competent with a firearm. You can't be pointing your firearm at somebody's back. You can't do all these things that are just for safety, you know, like you have to be up on it. I don't have to hold them to the higher standard of training every week and being with your team every week, because for their job, you know, it's not... Get straight, come on. God, I can't... there we go, that's good enough. There's no purpose or no reason or no benefit to making this person train that way. And there's a lot of people who do and take training classes where it's purely shooting. And I'm very happy to see them do that. And when I say people, I mean stunt people.
We'll be working together today. Today is going to be tough, so get ready.
Yeah, grip deterioration, because yeah, good. Sorry, I'm only reading your comments now. I'm kind of in the zone, and comments are like 30, 45 seconds behind. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, high-end shooting, it's still just the fundamentals, just in adverse conditions. No, running and shooting, it's just your sight picture. It's just everything that you always do anyways. It's just your grip. It's all the exact same things, just while you're running. So, I don't... It's a better way to teach, in my opinion, to do it as a grip deterioration thing. But anyways, yeah, I don't hold these stunt people to the higher, super high standard of... Actually, I'm going to need my iPad for this. I hold them to a high standard of, hey, you need to be safe with the firearm, especially when you look at recent film things that have happened with Rust and Alec Baldwin. So yes, I hold them to a high standard of, you need to be competent enough to not be dangerous. You need to be able to do these movements and not point your firearm at somebody. And you need to know the basic safety rules. But me doing a class for stunt people to where I'm purely working on marksmanship because they're not putting every single shot that they have into a reduced A-zone target at 25 yards. It's a good wish, but it's also to no avail, in my opinion. It's, okay, cool, like, they go through all this work, but for what? You know, like, you're not going to look any better doing what your job is. And if they're not planning on being somebody who's a high-speed, heavy hitter, narco SWAT guy, or if they're not going to be a Navy SEAL in real life, there's no purpose of drilling in accuracy. It's just not worth it.
So this should be a good day.
Let's get rid of that.
We're lucky there's little wind. Spray drift could have impacted other fields.
So yeah, at the beginning of the days, it's... We're not inviting any stunt people to these at this point, because we've been experimenting some. We're not bringing anybody in who's not a good enough shot to be pretty accurate in these scenarios, and somebody who can run and jump and dive and do the stunty sort of things while keeping the gun in a safe position and being familiar enough with the manual of arms so they can actuate the safety in between every movement or whatever they're doing. If you were to look at any of the shots of me that I've posted, you'll notice that in between every movement, I'm safety on and safety off whenever I arrive to whatever location. If they're not good enough to do that, then I don't want them doing this higher speed stuff. We'll start introducing lower speed days, like the first video that we did, where it's just kind of like arrive at a window, then move left to right through the entire course, you know? Yeah, so for these higher speed ones, we're getting them up to speed with the correct movement and manipulation of firearms as we see it to be fit. Like, oh, hey, you're doing this particular thing here. Let's make sure that you know how to exit the vehicle correctly. Let's make sure that you know how to run and sprint as fast as necessary the correct way. Let's make sure that you know how to move down a hallway the correct way. Because even if they're just a good shooter and they're a good marksman, that's not something that normal people learn. And a lot of times when they are taught this, they're being taught by somebody who's only ever been in the movie firearms industry, which that's me 100%. I've only ever been in a professional standpoint in the movie firearms industry, but I also take this very seriously personally. And it's not just something where I'm here to kiss ass to a director or producer or to a stunt coordinator or whoever. I'm doing it because I'm there for the safety. If they want to do something wrong, I'm going to tell them to kick rocks, and sorry, I'm not going to be legally in charge of firearms on your production. And I'll leave. You know, the guns are in my name. I can go whenever I want to. But with that also, I hold correct movements to a high standard because it's something that you don't see in TV. You see people moving silly, you see people holding guns wrong, and I try. There's a lot of productions that I try to push through, like, hey, give me a few minutes of training. I'd prefer a day, you know, give me a full day with them. We'll bring them to the range, we'll have them shooting real things, and we'll get them familiar with everything. But sometimes the productions just don't go for it, so I have to deal with what I've been given. But yeah, so these days they're... What is this? Is this a power line? Yeah. We'll go over that. My refill truck should be on the right, over here somewhere. Yeah, those high tension lines there will fuck you. Yep, there's my refill truck. Okay, and on my cell phone, I know this is something that's been a problem with me, but I don't know how much of a problem it's been with you guys. But if the stream does end, then just leave and then pop back in, because I'm not going to be ending unless I tell you I'm ending. Or yesterday I put a comment in once the power died. Didn't want to end yesterday. I want to do a longer stream yesterday, but whatever. So this right here, this was a problem earlier with this simulator where the ground effect going over the edge of these trucks was really, really bad. And go ahead and zoom in on here so I have that as full as I can. Cool, there we go. Come up here to this idiot who's parked in the middle of the fucking road. See if we can set down here nicely. Whoa. I want to come around the other way. That's one thing I've noticed, that sometimes the wind one way or the other will plague you, so we'll just flip around and try this way. Yeah, so I'm just trying to do my best, you know. I want good firearm movements. I want good, safe, realistic practices in film. And I'm doing my part, and hopefully these choreographed range days are doing something completely different, because everybody wants to take the classes to learn how to be more accurate, but if they can't move confidently because they don't practice the manual of arms correctly, then see, we're on the truck and watch it. Once it, see, I'm not doing anything. It tilts me back here to this wild angle, which is annoying. So I have my cyclic all the way pushed forward. This is the cutscene bullshit.
Green light.
But luckily, you're able to, like, pick yourself up from that. Don't know how. You wouldn't be able to in real life with just the physics.
Or anything else.
But that cutscene there, it's a killer. Okay, I got my spray toggle on my thumb here now. Okay, let's start doing some crop dusting, fellas. We're aiming for about 50 knots airspeed. And I do kind of enjoy, like, the ranching music that they play in these agriculture missions. I want to be slightly more
Good
zoomed
works, our
in here.
sprayers. That run was super efficient.
Damn right it was super efficient. Also, the dude, the way he talks to you is so fucking condescending. Like, I don't need your input every single run. I'm sorry, homie. Ooh, a lot of lag. A lot of lag. No big deal, though. We're better than lag. Keep that on. Get going. Keep our speed over 40, below 60. Looks like I can sidestep a little bit. Usually doing real crop dust, and you can kind of see the wet line of where you're at, and you don't have an iPad, you have the lights in front of you that will kind of tell you how you're doing. That's not a thing in this game. I think if you're doing it with the airplane, they do have those lights to help you line up, but not so much in the helicopter here. This lag's killing, but it's a good payday, so whatever. To it too, and that will help it spread out some. Okay, we're bearing this one in the corner. Actually, we got to start deeper on this diagonal because we oversprayed in an area. That second pass we did. Ooh, man, that is laggy. I wonder if it's just because I'm streaming while doing this. It might be that terrain level of detail that we changed earlier. Come on, give me my speed. There we go. Okay, I'm going to change my terrain level of detail and see if we can clear that up a little bit. Settings, VR, graphics. See if that helps any. I'm still kind of catchy. I forget where I'm at, so we're going to start this side. Oh, that's annoying. It moves the menu thing back into my way. I'm going to give a heavy right pedal here at the end so I end parallel. Whoop. Okay, let's move this back around. Also, I'll be kind of ignoring chat for the little duration of this right here. Apparently this is a bit more attention needed to pay to it flying. Okay, we're aiming for the greener patches there. We'll be missing this tree. Spray on, drop down. Add a little bit of altitude to get some wafting with our spray pattern. I'm going at good speed, piss off.
Good works, our sprayers. That
Good
run
works,
was
our
super
sprayers.
efficient.
That was super efficient. I'm kind of splitting the tree pass on this one. I am tiger striping this fucking field. Let's go. They didn't know they were getting a custom matte paint job. Okay, we're going to be aiming very close to the tree, where we might have to do an avoidance to it. This lag is annoying. Spray on. Yeah, sorry I couldn't get just above the crops. You had me in the trees. Gonna crab left a little bit. We're just going to put our sprayer just off the edge of that tree. Cool. Sprayer off, and next time we'll just hit the other side of the tree. Sounds like a plan. Good idea, guys. Yeah, those range days have been fun. Can't wait to get the camera angles figured out a little bit more. And, I don't want to say get them figured out. Like, I have a good idea of where I want the camera to be. I just need to do a bit better job of directing it and explaining my vision to Alex or to whoever is going to be running camera for us. Guys, a little bit right there. Cool. Because, you know, I could be a person to blame it on everybody else all the time. And, you know, maybe it's me. It's still spraying. No, I turned it off. Okay, cool. It could be my directing style. I'm not
Halfway there.
explaining it as full as I need to explain it. Because I have been calling those bigger one-take things, I've been calling them masters, which typically in the film industry, the master shot is something that's a much wider view, and it's kind of an overview of the entire situation. So that's why it feels like it's so spread out on some of his shots, because I think I'm using master as in I would like the master to be a camera angle or set of movements that can honestly show the entire run in the way that I want it to be seen.
Good works, our sprayers. That run was super efficient.
But they may hear master shot as, ooh, more spread out and more whatever. And also I want the shots to be more cinematic. I don't care about the hits. Like I said, I'm not telling people that they need to be 100% accurate on all of these shots. I want you to be 100% accountable on all of these shots, because at the end of the day, the safety of the camera person is what's important for me. So I'm thinking maybe I'm just using a slightly different or slightly wrong verbiage for it. Maybe. But I would like the chance to hold the camera a few more times, because the only times I had been holding the camera was when the cameraman was doing his own personal runs, because he couldn't film himself, obviously. So I kind of feel like we may even need to do a pre-visualization of what our previs range days are going to be, just to kind of portray what my full overall vision is. But I think it is Dave, my friend who owns the range. We both think it's something that's super different than what we see with everybody else, because everybody else is just doing the standard range videos, you know, stand here, shoot here, stand here, shoot here.
Just a few more passes.
And if they do something, it's more of a mag dumping into trash, but with good form. And while I kind of think that's every range day to an extent, it's practicing your form while mag dumping into trash. I want to put a slight bit of story to it.
Ready to come back.
Like if you noticed on the first range day video thing we did, where it was just like the 3 target positions and you kind of take that kneeling spot at the end. The thing that weirdly enough was one of my favorites about that range day, other than the kneeling position, I love that kneeling position. Shout out to the Tins of Swords short film. If you haven't watched that, I got the inspiration for that kneeling position from them. Basically just copied it. But as far as our range day videos, there is a beginning, a storyline, a solving of something, and an end. We run into the position, or we arrive to the first position. And when we're done doing all of the targets or engaging everything that we want to engage, there is an exfil. We're leaving. That's one thing with a lot of drills. It's a 3, 2, 1 beep, and you get your time measured, and that's it, you know. But something that we're doing is actually going and trying to do an in position, an out position, and I don't want to say make it a full short story or short movie or whatever, but I think there is an importance to giving that little bit of a storyline to the range day, to where like, okay, cool, you get in, you shoot, you do whatever you're supposed to do, your objective, and you get out. And weirdly enough, I think it makes a difference. Like in the recent one, we're getting out of the vehicle and doing the whole situation, and then we're getting a bag and then getting back out to the vehicle, which nobody else really does that. Of course, like the Finnish brutality and whatever brutalities, the thing that Varstalakem hosts, of course they have a bit more story with their courses, but also at the end of the day, that's their
at both ends of your pass. All about being efficient.
all about being efficient. You suck my ass. Yeah, that little bit of a storyline changes the whole way the video is portrayed, and it's all done very purposefully also. So it's not just, okay, we're going to come out here and do some shots. Like there is a recent video that was pretty popular where some people shot out the window of a SUV, then they got out behind the vehicle and they kind of stood behind it, and they shot while standing up, and they shot while kneeling, and they shot while laying down, and then they shot while standing up. I was like, it was very cool for the first 6 seconds, but after that it kind of got like, okay, cool, what are you doing? It's a mag dumping with good form. You know, and I want to change that. I want videos and stuff to look better. I want the people that are watching it to be more appreciative of storyline to go with it, and the effort that goes into choreographing a little thing here or there. And so far the results are good. Everybody who's reached out to me said it's super cool to see. And yeah, we're happy with it. You know, it's just something that's different. There's the, if you follow my Instagram, there's a couple of videos and posts of a A-Star, a helicopter like this, but not in agriculture form. And that I posted that was at a charity golf tournament put on by Stunt. Raises good money every year, and we kind of go there to host an air cannon that will shoot a ball from the tee area to the green. And just about everybody who saw us there, because we wore the same kit, whether it be the vest or belt or whatever.
0 Romeo, 7 traffic November 6, 1 tree, 5, 6 miles, southeast 600 feet inbound to land runway 18.
Okay, thank you for talking. Yeah, everybody who saw us like, oh, that was y'all in the video? Like, that was so cool. We've never seen range days like that. We want to come out there and do it sometime. So, I mean, people were very receptive to it, which we weren't sure how we would feel. I was extremely happy with them both times, just because I think the layouts were cool. Like I said, the camera work could be better. Nothing on Alex, but the camera work, or the camera movements, can be refined much more to reflect the runs as I see them being reflected in my choreographing. But either way, it's great, you know. Everybody seems to be having fun. Why is my fuel pump on? Everybody seems to be having fun and getting out there and having a good time, and yeah, I'm happy with it, you know. It's giving us something different. Giving the world something different. I'm hoping, I don't care if I influence anybody, you know, but it would be neat to see other people start doing more of a choreographed range day drill thing, where when they're filming it, it's not just a drill for 2 shots here, 2 shots here, 2 shots here. It's a storyline with it. You know, it gives people something to watch and say, hey, you know, this is pretty good, you know. I'm sorry about being casual about it. Don't have too much to say other than I kind of wish we hadn't posted videos yet, because the clips that we got were not to my standard of what I wanted to see. I did share the compilation of clips for everybody doing their slide into the bunker, which I was happy with those shots because they were insert shots where we just filmed that particular section separately just because it was the cool hero moment. But as far as the overall run, I wasn't happy with the shots that we got, so I wish we had done more to get those shots figured out before posting them. But also, you can keep an eye on PSR's channel. He came down and filmed with us and kind of took part in the day. So it was nice to have somebody else that's a trusted shooter. He's a good shot, good shooter, and very competent with his firearms. So it was good to have him out there and playing along. And I definitely look forward to getting more people out, whether it be some of the Seaburn boys. I know they expressed interest in coming out and doing it with us, or getting some more actual professional firearm instructors to come down, and not so much for an instructing day, but for a choreographed range day. Like, hey, come here, we know that you have your teachings and stuff, and this isn't all going to be the correct way that you would teach or whatever to be done, but we want your input as far as what is the right way to do this or the right way to do that. And then once they can put all that in, we can also adapt the stunt moments, like I said, the running and jumping and diving in there, just because it's something that we know a little bit better on how to make something look cool for film, or better camera angles. And if they're trusted shooters, then we can be more aggressive with our camera to get closer, to move around in a place where once it's choreographed, we know it's safe. Because if you had people that were unpredictable or bad shots, or they would move in a way that the camera guy wouldn't expect, then you know that you could end up with an issue, which is the last thing on our mind to do, is to have an issue on something like that. Blah, blah, blah. Helicopter 42069, taxiing to parking. Come on. Come on, let them know we're taxiing to parking. There you go.
0 Romeo, 7 traffic November 6, 1 tree 51.
Why are you standing there? I'm turning this way. Why is there a ledge right there? Why are you having me park right next to a building? It's absolutely ridiculous, guys.
Thanks for the ride, pilot.
Okay,
Robbie
shut this
said
bad
you were
boy
a hero
down.
today.
Accept my monies.
Let's see how you really performed now. The stats will tell the story.
Let's see how you really perform. Stats, I know. Shut up. Cooldown periods mean nothing to me. Also, for those of you watching, whether it's Jake or Airbus or whoever, thanks for sticking around and taking up some of your work day or whatever to come in here and hang out. Gives me something to where I'm not just yapping in the wind. I'm yapping in the wind, but there's somebody on the other side of the wind. And right now, just because I don't want to wait for the rotor speed to slow down before pulling the brake, I'm adding a lot of collective. This is not something that you do. Do as I say, not as I do as far as this is concerned, but this saves me a little bit of money and maintenance in the game. And now that my rotor RPM is down to 140-ish, I can put my collective back down and I can pull the brake. Because if you look here, if I can get there quick enough, post-flight, 140 RPM, 170 in high wind situations. That's when that brake can be applied. Fertilization, don't care. Give me money. Which this is a weird thing, because it's like you fertilize 75% of the field and they say, oh, good job, you can go home whenever you want to. And why? Let me do 100% of the field. And then when you go past that time point of them saying whatever, then it's like, oh, you're taking too long to do this. Like, I'm sorry, you gave me a speed limit of 50 knots to this. Yeah, $660. Like, you gave me a speed limit of whatever speed to do it. If I could crop dust at 120 knots, I would. But that's not a thing. Oh, looks like we opened up a little bit more area up here. That's cool. Haven't really tried expanding boundaries either. Like, I opened up this on purpose. There's some of these. More crop dusting. The passenger transports just don't pay enough to be worth it. The cargo transport doesn't pay enough to be worth it. Which I actually have an army of Cessnas doing that, as far as hired employees. The things that are worth it really are... Ooh! I wonder if I can do employee. I want to fly something big. H-125. So we got to look for the helicopter with cargo, but above the ground. Because I don't want to fly a Chinook on an oil platform. That's annoying. I think we have Chinook stuff over here. Charleston area. Let's let it load in and see. Dude, yeah, crop dust to money is good. At least as far as the game's concerned. Apparently it's good in real life also, because the FAA regulations that surround the crop dusting stuff, there's like no hours. Yeah, here we go, Chinook, but only 13,000. What does a Chinook cost? Probably a lot. Just go back to HQ real quick. I think it's like 30,000 bucks. I'll have to grind some crop dusting here this week. Because like I said, my show's over. So, let's see which one we're going to. We're going to Zargo. No, go back. Zargo. Man, you see I haven't been doing any career shit recently. Managed company. What? No, I didn't. That's not Zargo. That's Zar Aviation. Let me use my mouse. Okay, yeah. See, I have a whole bunch of those. Running cargo. We'll just do this. We could save a little bit of money. Like, specifically checking all the maintenance things, but it's quicker. See, why don't you maintain that when it's the delegated maintenance? So stupid. Let's go ahead and go through all this stuff real quick since we're going to be doing a bit of... Y'all have to sit with me while I go through this. See, why? What needs to be maintained? Show me. Yeah, literally, none of this is... back. So stupid. Also, tire pressure. Charge you like $900 to check tire pressure. Stupid. Okay, Zar Rescue. I think I only have one helicopter here. And I don't let crew fly that. It's just me. Actually, let's just turn crew on. Because it's a decent money maker. Zar Air Shuttle. That's one that I don't touch. Have an army of Robinsons here because they're cheap. And when they're cheap, they can make money at a better rate for investment. They're like $390,000 in the game. And they work pretty regularly. Which weirdly, like, it works when you work. They don't work if I weren't here playing, they wouldn't do anything. I think I already just did that one. Okay, do number 4 now. But like, I actually have to put in hours for these to put in hours. It is kind of dumb, but whatever. I just do you. Okay, now for the third from the end, because I only have 8 aircraft in here, so it makes it easy for the... There goes all my crop dusting money. Zar Air Shuttle, Zar Go, we just did that one. Zar Sprayers. These 2 have crew. Sadly, I can't fly the R66, although it's cheaper. I had to spend the $2 million to get this to fly agriculture missions. Because you can't... The way they have the menu set up, are the steps set up for the R66. It wants you to apply the parking brake before you can end that session. And you'll never guess what doesn't have a parking brake. That. Geez, everything's landing gears bad. I have not been landing bad. And Zar Aviation. I think this is just a tour company. Yeah, the setting the park make things stupid. So really, the R66s are really just a crude helicopter. So what I want to do, I want to go to Zargo, manage company, buy aircraft. I don't think there are any used Chinooks. Although I'll keep paying more attention as I put more money away. 361 million, goodness. So yeah, H125, which is what we were running out on the oil platform. But yeah, nothing else as far as that's concerned. Which I guess it would show me second-hand market of those. So that's showing those are way out of my price range, obviously. I assume that it would show helicopters out of my price range. Which I've got like 7 million-ish, 6, 7, somewhere in there. Okay, let's see, brand new. Yeah, either this or the Sky Crane. I don't know what the average payback is, because obviously the missions will scale with the price of the helicopter and the value of the helicopter. Oh no, here comes the bandwidth things again. Great. So yeah, 1.9 for the cargo Airbus brand new. Chinook 14 mil, that's not too bad. I don't think I can start an aerial construction company yet. I think that's where the Sky Crane is exclusively. I don't think they have cargo missions for the Sky Crane. So I think that has to be an aerial construction company, and for the aerial construction company I have to have enough money to buy the one thing that can do aerial construction, which is that particular helicopter. Create company, don't. Eligible. Yeah. So here's the one that I'd like to do. Medivac would be neat, but I don't think they do helicopter medivac. They only do rescue. And the rescues are kind of silly. Firefighting would be cool, but I don't think they have these set up to do firefighting missions yet, the Sky Cranes. Yeah, I've got all the certifications and stuff to it. I just don't have the money to buy a $35 million helicopter. But they also have the Chinooks for 14, so maybe once I get the Chinook money, we can do it. So we're looking at 15 million bucks, so triple our ponies here. But let's just go do a low-paying somebody else's aerial construction mission. We're doing I think we're doing power lines in this one. Wait for it to all load in. The downside with this is something that I've been complaining about since day one. Is when we're doing this, let's say this is ground level right here. We'll call this the height of the telephone pole plus 30 feet of whatever your helicopter line is plus the helicopter. You can't see what you're doing out of the Chinooks because they don't give you the bubble window option. On top of that, they don't have anybody ground crew that is giving you an up, down, a left, or a right. So you have to figure out how tall your telephone pole section is. I'll explain it when we get into it. You have to figure out how tall your telephone pole section is on top of your 30 feet line, or your cable that you use. And then you have to add that to whatever the height of the poles are that you're putting the section of power line pole onto. And do all the math to figure out what your radar altimeter should be, or should show, while you're doing it. And none of that's given in any of the mission breakdowns, and I'll show you the mission breakdown description thing, which that would be a nice thing to put in there. I don't say I would be okay, or would be okay if they did it just that way without giving you a spotter to actually tell you left, down, whatever. But it would be nice. Because there's a lot of people like, oh, well, you can go third person. And look, like, I'm not flying this to fly third person. I'm flying this because I want first person, obviously. You know, and it's kind of where we're at, you know? Let's see. And we're fighting our bandwidth issues as well. Okay, we're in. Let's go. Objective, it's that. They don't really give us any information. Execution time. Tab EFB. That's all that stuff. Yeah. Let's see, are they going to put us in a good place for a giant helicopter to take off, or are they going to put us in like the absolute worst garbage location to land a Chinook? Because there was one that I tried to spawn into once where they put this thing on top of like a tiny ass helipad on top of a hospital or something. I was like, what? Just put it at an airport. Oop. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Right when I lean back to get comfortable. A decent grass runway. I think I've taken off out of here before. When I've done these missions before. Get rid of those. Get rid of those. Cable's just coiled up underneath. Sure, that's fine. No, I don't want you to open. You can close. Yeah, the tree's there. That's perfect. That's perfect. Don't think there's anything else to do here. Sorry for the extremely sharp lefts and rights. There's really no easy way to turn other than buttons. They haven't given us that good of an option yet. Okay, cool. Aircraft covers, all that shit's done. Pre-flight inspection. All of that's done. Battery switch, altimeter. Condition levers, circuit breakers, sick. Okay, cool. Where's my battery? I don't have anywhere safe to lean over here, so this just makes it annoying. Battery on. APU is currently showing off. All instruments check. Altimeter. Starting engine. APU switch to run. Fuel pumps. This is the one I haven't memorized yet. Set main fuel pumps and cross feed to on. Let's see. Hydraulic pressure and PTU controls. Let's see. I'll do this with a mouse real quick. APU start. APU is going and doing its thing. Let's turn that to on. Turn that off. Don't want to look at you. Set to ground. Hold to lock. Those are on ground. This is extremely annoying here. They need to figure that out. Let's see. Engine 1 start switch. Okay. Cool. Let's see. RPM increase. Ding 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 ding. Oh. That's there. Engine start, there we go. Okay, pardon me for just a second. I'm fixing my cabling here. What are you caught on? What the hell is going on? There we go. Okay. No, I don't want you to start. I want you off. Stupid shit. Okay, welcome to the flight deck. This is Matt. We're still trying to figure out how these things work. Nope. No. Click to toggle condition. Okay. Okay, so both of those are locked out now. Sick. Okay. Ground team.
Engine started preparing for takeoff. Please be ready.
Copy that we're getting in position.
take off.
Sierra Charlie Tree, 7 traffic November 6, 1 tree, 5, 1 taking off runway, 27 departure to the south.
Let's see, is this my parking brake? No. Nope. Okay, parking brake off. Scoot forward just a wee bit. Scoot forward just a wee bit. And off we go. All gauges are in the green. And we need to be going hard left. Let's wake up the neighborhood, boys. Freaking stupid, silly, fast helicopter. "13 miles, goodness. Turn off that stupid thing. Bada bing, bada boom, off we go. Look good. Rotor speed and everything is happy. And there's my radar altimeter and everything. Should go to the right here. Could get a cruise.
I'm really fond of this bird. It's a real beauty. You'll see Bobby. We'll take great care of you. Yeah, I gave it a nickname.
Enter.
But sometimes it's like it's an old friend. I'm sure you feel the same way too, Captain.
Denny, my co-pilot. Uh-huh. I don't have a co-pilot. Okay. Settling in for the long haul, going the wrong damn direction. What angle do I need to be going at here? Let's just head towards that big field opening out there in front of us. Does that seem about right? No, it's still to the right side. So we'll go this way. We'll call that a heading. Speed out of this bird. I'm sure we're like looking like we're aiming straight down. Weird chooching. So those are what we're going to be assembling, the big power lines. We are about halfway there now. I would assume about 6 miles. Turn that on again. 7 miles. Okay, cool. We're way off to the left, aren't we? We're taking the scenic route in. No big deal. If I remember right, they have us picking up in a neighborhood. where they just have whatever section of power pole just like existing in these people's neighborhood that we have to pick up. Kids out here playing in these neighborhoods is having a good day when a Chinook flies over. Hello, children. So yeah, the annoying thing here will be getting this low to the ground with this rope. I mean, typically you have a very long line set up for these. Most of the time, that's because there's huge amounts of downwash with this particular type of helicopter. And you want to be well above whoever's working, especially somebody that's working on assembling a power pole. You want to give them enough room to where they're not getting blown around everywhere. As we approach our neighborhood up here, we'll see our assembly areas kind of off to the left, I believe. We'll start our slowdown here. Swore it was like right here. I guess they moved it a little bit, or maybe it's this next little neighborhood. It looks all the same. Okay, let's watch these lines as we go in. There it is, just laying in the middle of the fucking street. This bad geography right here. As you can hear, nobody's telling me forward, backward, left, right. So I'm just going to kind of move forward until I...
You're in the perfect position. Keep it steady. Come back over the area. Hello, spot on. Too far again, 3. Perfectly aligned.
Tell me where I am. I need to go forward? I need to go backward?
Hold position. Too far again, 2.
Too far again, what way? I'm gonna go backward.
Perfectly aligned.
It's like, I appreciate you telling me that I'm lined up, but when I'm not, you could be like, hey, you're a little bit far forward. Okay, right now I feel like we are just above the ground there. So my radar altimeter was 70. So now we need to figure out how high
Nice.
our point is up here. And figure out what our addition is. I think it's 60 or 70 feet, so I think we have to be at 130 if I remember correctly. Our drop area should be this fella right here. So what we're going to do is get ourselves lined up with it at about let's try 175 feet. Cool, 160 feet gave me nothing there. Okay, so what I'm going to do, because nobody's telling me how tall this thing is, I'm going to put myself right at it. So I can tell myself now that I'm so maybe about 150. So we're at 110. You didn't give me any connection. See, that's the stupid thing about it. They don't give you any information. It's you have to guess. Or if you want to, you can go third person, which guess what? Third person's absolute garbage in VR. I'm going to try 135 feet or so. I feel like we're way too low. There we go. And it's moving me around because it wants to connect very strangely.
The cargo is unhooked, and the team retreated. You are clear to depart and land.
There we go. Yeah, so that's a very... If they would put a few seconds... They have all this AI stuff in here anyways. If they had a few seconds of time programming, whether it be a crosshair or something, you know. Like, let us know where we were. Like, okay, cool, you don't want to program an AI voice. Even though it's... You've already ruined the game with AI voices. Then, fine, you know, put a crosshair in. High Performance Group has that figured out with their H-145 rescue missions. Enough yapping. Whatever. Let's see. Check my phone as we're riding. Because why not? Way off course, but it's fine. I'll speed up through here. Because I'm done with this damn helicopter. It's great, but I'm done with this mission of cool, you fly out here, you do one thing, so you don't get any solid practice. That's the whole downside of all of their cargo hook missions. It's you don't get to do anything. You do it once, and then you fly back. You don't get to put any real time or effort into doing anything, which sucks. Halfway there.
Sierra Charlie Tree, 7 traffic November 6, 1 tree, 5 miles southeast 1800. Ford inbound to land runway 9er.
Yeah, we're basically here. I think that's our runway directly underneath of us. Come on, render in so I can see what I'm doing. There we go. Let's get this old torpedo landed. It's weird because we're landing on runway 27. I don't know why they told us to do 9. Honestly, it doesn't matter. Tell me I've landed in the wrong place. Go ahead. Cool, thank you. I don't care. Exit the runway over here.
Fantastic assembly operation. Kudos for the precision. Drop by when you're ready. We'll go over these stats together. You'll be happy with them. Trust me.
Six people watching. Who are you? Welcome. Give me your name, your mother's maiden name, and date of birth, and your first dog's name. It's part of the perks of being in our chat. We're all open here. I don't need your social. I already have it. Yeah, for 13,000 bucks, it's not worth my time. The only way that makes it worth my time is everything else that I own. was actually working at that point. Because whenever, like I said, whenever you work, it works. So everything else I owned was working at that point, which is nice. But at the same time, it's like I get to be angry for X amount of time because their system for that is so dumb and so silly. Let's see, 198, 494, 223, what up? 248, 195, 237, 226. Can't tell me there's not one agricultural job up here. There's gotta be, but we'll go over here and we'll search around a little bit. 226, 243, 271, 265, 192, 195, 198, 279, 310, 257, 248, 237. 500, not bad. 489, not bad. $749. I think I've done this one before. Canadian crap. Yeah, because it circles perfectly around that. It's a big flight over water, then a relatively simple spray. But I mean, I'll come back and do it because for $750, I mean, even at a $55,000 transfer cost, I mean, that's still $700,000 of profit. Then I have the two other ones that are around $500,000 each. So it's worth it to be up here for that. I don't want to buy another helicopter and bring it up here, but accept mission. We'll transfer that in, of course. Oh, let's see. Let's pull my little headset up there for a second. Give my eyes a break. Okay, cool. Let's put the headset back down and let's do this. We'll do this mission, then we'll go explore around a little bit more, do something different. So for those others of you who are watching, feel free to say something or give me a topic to talk about. Management, fuel. Because if not, I'll just be sitting here relatively quietly, focusing on not running into a tree. But either way, if you're too scared to talk now, I'll be doing this a lot here in the near future. If you don't know, my day job is doing props and guns for the film industry. It's been relatively slow with strikes and stuff happening. Stuff's just starting to come back though. But the show that I was lucky enough to be on for a full run, which was Will Trent Season 3. No, off. I was lucky enough to be on there for a full season as the armor. Didn't get to play every day, but I got to play most days. That show's now done for Season 3. So I have nothing but free time. And in my free time, what I'm doing in an effort to chase a real-life helicopter license, I'm doing all of my ground school with Helicopter Online Ground School. And basically, I'm just burning that down every single chance that I can get.
Good to team up with you. I'm Yakoba. I'll be your
Whenever I
contact
work
for
out
this
at night,
service.
I watch that
Call
instead of
sign
listening to music.
Sunflower. Buckle up.
I've already run
Today's
through the
going to
course
be a
once,
challenge.
doing the second time now,
We're
and the
working on
plan is
behalf of
basically
Clinton Smet's local company.
do that as
The
many
plan is
times
to
as
fly
I
to the
can
target area 9 nautical miles away south from here.
until doing the actual
Need
thing and
something
keep
else?
using it until I actually get
Right.
the
I hear
PPL.
the aircraft roaring. Let's go.
So, on top of that, now that I have free time, I'll be playing around here on Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 and maybe 2020, depending. And since I'm doing that, I'll be applying any lessons I've learned there, or thinking about those things, because I'm not going to be doing the radio call-outs or whatever yet, until I have more of an idea of what I'm saying or what I need to say. But I'll be going over some of those things just kind of personally in my head. So this is a good way to get a little bit of practice in the meantime, you know? So since I'm not working at the moment, why not just hop on here when I have my free time and I'd be doing it anyways and just put it on stream. Like I'm going to be sitting around flying for a few hours a day regardless. Why not run it online? That way people can come in here and talk and give me something to I don't want to say distract me, but to force failures through just, I don't want to say being a distraction, but you know, like if I'm not focusing on something, there's times where I'm catching myself settling with power or in vortex ring state, or putting myself in something that's very likely to put me in a LTE situation. And it's nice to have y'all to chat to when I'm doing all that. Kind of work myself into problems and work myself into solutions as well.
Remember, our clients are counting on us to improve
Refill
their crops.
truck, I'm going to leave that up. It's
It's
kind of
big
annoying,
zone,
but
so this
I don't
should
want
be
to
a
fly
good day.
aimlessly over the water.
Remember to watch the wind speed and direction. We want to do right by the client. I'll contact you regularly from the ground to keep you updated on what still needs to be done.
And we'll
I
build
love
up
that
some
job.
more speed and throw some altitude in here since we're going to be over water. I don't suspect a failure, but in the case that we do get one, let's give ourselves a little bit of time to solve that issue. You know? Let's give ourselves like a 500 to 700 feet a minute climb. It's 500 there. Nope, stop leveling out. I know you're happy gaining speed, but we're going up, buddy. So let's see. What do we talk about for now? Let's run over the PC setup. This is a custom built PC by yours truly. First thing I ever built PC-wise. It's got a 4070 Ti Super. I think it's a 7800X3D on a Asus motherboard, like an X650 or something like that. All those numbers mean absolutely nothing to me. I know it's a pretty high-end GPU and a pretty high-end CPU. It's not the best you can get, but for what I want out of this, sure, super ultra-high graphics would be amazing. But to run VR in mid-graphics and not have any lag 99% of the time, I'll take that. You know, it's that was kind of my threshold of what I wanted to be in. I wanted to spend around $2,000 building the PC, and it came up to like 1970 or something like that, so it's right at the threshold there. Water looks good here. Anyways, I more or less built this PC specifically to do Flight Simulator. Like I said, I'm looking to do my real-life PPL and get into commercial eventually. Oh, also, let's talk about the pedal setup real quick. I've got the Apache Simulators R44 set up, so it has a center mount cyclic here with a T-bar. I'm trying to show you this with a T-bar and the little downward bit. Basically, it's set up as a Robinson, which, of course, isn't the same as like this H125, but I figured, hey, if I'm training in a Robinson, might as well get used to that T-bar feel. Spent $1,500-ish on that with the product and shipping from Apache Simulator. Super cool. I love it. It's great value for the money. Yeah, basically built this PC and bought the simulator setup specifically to learn how to hover. And like figure out setting up approaches and getting the feel for auto rotations. Anything that's not a left, right, forward, back, straight and level flight like we're doing right now. I'm saying straight and level loosely because I'm hardly paying attention to what I'm doing. Oh, yep, I forgot the truck parks in the center of the field on this one. I wonder what this looks like if I leave the graphics on. Anyways, I bought this setup really more or less to learn how to do all the
Sunflowers are sprayers requesting clearance for landing.
very helicopter-specific maneuvers.
Clear landing.
Because even though the federal minimum for getting your PPL is 40 hours, apparently most people do it in the low 60s, which 20 hours of flight time in a helicopter is not cheap. So my thought process was if I could figure out to learn how to do this right here and hover, then I'm already very ahead of the curve. So I don't know how well it will translate to the actual thing, but I've got my mind already adjusted to the thought process of patting your head and rubbing your stomach at the same time by doing this. So that was kind of my whole idea with it to begin with. And, nope. Too far one way. Let's flip it around. You have to be much further forward than you think you should. Nope, you're on the damn thing. Don't give me that shit. And see, now it does this, which is extremely annoying. Holy crap. Their cutscene here is just the worst.
Clear for takeoff.
Luckily, it's a recoverable thing. It's just annoying.
Ready to kick off work? A field is waiting for you down below. First check if nothing's dangerous around.
What we'll do, we'll just start working our way from the northwestern corner of it. And drop it over the trees for the first run. A little bit of lag over the trees, kind of annoying, but, you know, we'll deal with it. For a quarter mil, it's worth it. And after I do this pass, I need to, zoom in on my map a little bit. guess there's a road or something right there.
Good work, SAR sprayers. That run was super efficient.
I know my run was super efficient. Watch your mouth. Let's see, let's get rid of that. Now I'm overspraying in some areas right there. But I want to get that line evened up. So yeah, the thought process was if I can learn how to hover and get the left foot, right hand thing figured out ahead of time, that hopefully my adaptation to the real thing will be much quicker. Therefore, instead of being a student that takes 10 hours to be comfortable with hovering, I can be 1 hour comfortable with hovering, and instead of being 10 hours to be comfortable with auto rotations, I can be a few hours to be comfortable with auto rotations. And in turn, at a cost of $400 an hour, after rental and fees for paying for the instructor and such, you know, that can pay for itself. And that's kind of the larger picture here, is if I can be more attentive and specific with what I'm trying to do. Like I said, when I work out, I'm doing helicopter online ground school. I'm listening to and watching all the things and paying attention to the right people with whatever they're doing. I'm hoping to really cut it down a lot faster than what other people are trying to do it more as a recreational thing, or maybe somebody who's doing it as a college thing and they're too busy paying attention to girls or to drinking or partying. I've already done that part of my life. I've been there, done that, got the t-shirt. Let's spray the truck. It's his own fucking fault for parking here in the middle. Yeah, and then another benefit of running all of this on the simulator that I've come to find out, or realize, I don't know how accurate of a realization it is, but I can put myself in very dangerous
Doing good. Cap
positions
finished at least a quarter of the job.
and conditions that are not the best or safest or easiest way to learn in real life. For instance, running IFR, which is instrument flight rules. Clouds, fog, snow, anything where you can't see where you're going and you need to use instruments to guide your path. That's something that's extremely hard to get the feeling of in real life. Because once you're in a cloud and you have no references as far as where you are, as long as you're experiencing 1G of gravity, your body assumes that you're flying straight and level. You know, what people don't realize is there are rolls and maneuvers that you can do in an airplane where you're completely upside down, but your body's only experiencing 1G of gravity.
That run was super efficient.
So especially being in here where I don't have a motion sim set up, because that'd be way more investment than what I would be getting the use out of. But I've been able to practice flying into clouds and watching my instruments and not attempting to continue a flight like I'm using my instruments for a point A to point B thing, but I'm able to practice entering those instrument meteorological conditions, or IMC. I'm able to put myself in that scenario, and I've done research on the steps that different companies will take and teach their pilots. And I'm working on implementing them and just seeing how those affect me in different ways. So if that situation ever comes up, then I can handle flying into inadvertent IMC and get myself safe. Of course, I'm never going to claim being good enough to do it until I actually have the real training, but I think this is a good stepping stool. It's kind of like a precursor studying sort of thing, you know. Are there ways to do it better? Yes, of course, 100%. But I would like to think that even though this is a bit gamified right now, as far as me doing missions, it does keep me coming back to this. And there are times when I will just float around the parking lot for 3 hours and practice hovering. So, I mean, that's the first 100 hours of the simulator that I basically did. Was just floating around a parking lot endlessly, going from touchdown spot to touchdown spot. Sprayed that one a little bit earlier there, but it's okay, we'll survive. Trying to pick up some of the middle of these stripes here. This field's very barren of any sort of references. So I don't want to say it's hard to get your full coverage, but sometimes you think you're hopping into the path that you were taking accurately before, and you're way off and you've left a gap. Okay, now my next one should be, I think the one just in front of the truck is the pass that it should be. Yeah. Here-ish. Now I'll adjust as we go. I need to crab right just a little bit. Straight through on this. A little bit of crabbing. A little bit of crabbing the other way.
Captain, radio me when you're done, okay?
Radio me when you're done? You stupid?
Good work, Czar Sprayers. That run was super efficient.
Of course it was super efficient. The amount of money that would have cost, and the amount of storage that would have taken to hire voice actors is so minimal that it blows my mind that they weren't able to do like a full AI voice model just to like name the specific Czar Sprayers for like my company name, but everything else, it's like painfully AI. Like when you're doing all the flight sim missions to where you're just taking people on like a little tour, a tour pilot sort of thing. Like holy crap, it's so bad. It's like one of those farm animal spinner toys. The cow says moo. And it's these people that you ride with, and it's the same person with the same, or different people, different characters with like 10 different voices, but they're all giving these, this lag is rough. They're all giving these different places and wherever that you're giving rides. But their reactions are all the exact same thing, like, oh, this is so beautiful. I'm so scared of helicopters. Oh my god, here we go, here we go. It's like you would have thought they would have put a slight bit more effort into Just trying to fit myself in that little spot there. I want to do another one just on the other side of this line to kind of clean that up a little bit. And we'll call it good at the end of this pass.
If your tanks are empty, you're done for the day, head back to join us.
Mm-hmm. You're telling me my tanks are empty, that means I did a good job. Let's go. We'll throw some torque at this thing and get on home. Welcome back, Airbus fan. Just now seeing your message after doing some dusting. This was a $749,000 contract on that field. And we're kind of up here on the Canadian border-ish area. So I feel bad flying back this way, but you know, whatever. Okay, stop playing with my goggles. We're back to focusing. Which way is it taking us? Left fork or right fork? Left side. Cool. But yeah, you didn't miss too much. Just a little bit of flying around. It's kind of explaining my theory behind doing this, which I know you've heard before. And, yeah, just sitting here tooting around, you know? Doing the thing. If I'm going to be flying and I'm not working where I have enough time to where I can put a little bit of effort into it, might as well stream it, you know? But we're going to go figure out somewhere to fly, so if you have any sort of suggestions on places around the world, I'd like to go check it out.
6 miles southeast, 400 feet inbound.
I'm getting my bottle of water. I'm flying left-handed, so give me a second. But yeah, it's kind of a weird, I don't want to call it confirmation bias or survivors. Either way, I'm very biased to flying in areas that I know or that I think I'll be flying in professionally one day, just because it's a kind of a mental thing, a self-practicing learning. I like seeing my area from above and different landmarks that I know. I've flown my commute to work more times than I can count. Gone and seen the Global Airbus A320 landing it. Hey, that's a good reason to be doing something. Go plane spotting. I've actually looked at spending money into getting a better camera to go helicopter spotting. And I don't want to say that there's a lack of helicopters around here, but when you look at somewhere like the I forget the name of the channel on YouTube, but there it's a helicopter spotting channel, and they're based down in Brazil. I want to say in Rio de Janeiro, kind of near where Christ the Redeemer is. And they've got a couple of very active public heliports there, where you have stuff from like the AS-365 Dolphins, like the Coast Guard type helicopters, but privately owned, coming in. I want to say I've seen a new H-160 touchdown at that particular heliport. Whole bunch of Agustas, Leonardos, or like newer H-145s, 135s, a lot of 130s and 120s. Sorry, I had something in my eye. Anyway, there's a lot of stuff that I've seen on these people's channel, and it's like, okay, cool, like, I'd love to go spend some time heli spotting in Atlanta, like up at a PDK or something, but there's also a lack of things to spot here. You have like Metro Aviation in Atlanta, which runs a handful of the medical choppers and stuff. And I don't know if they run the stuff for HeliNet there, or if they also have like the 206s that they use for ENG, or electronic news gathering. But there's not a huge helicopter presence here in Georgia. Although there are a few cool ones that I'm aware of that I'd like to try to go see. Like there's a private H-130 that's based out of a construction company in the Swanee area. And I want to say they store at the Lawrenceville airport. But it would be neat to go get some videos of that. And I would like to become friends with the pilots enough to get close. I'm not begging for rides or anything, but it would be nice to be able to get closer, to get pictures or videos of on the ramp or closer to where I can get better sound quality. And
Charlie Sierra Juliet, 4 traffic November 6, 1 tree 5.
don't tell me to taxi to the parking stand. I'm basically at the parking stand. You don't have a separate parking stand, you just have us parking at the end of the runway. Yep, exactly where this car is. Okay. Cool, thank you.
Fantastic job up there. Yakova said our client
Let's see,
will definitely
let's
be a
get
repeat
the,
customer.
that turned
Let's have a
down.
look at your stats today.
Lights off,
A
lights
good
off.
flyout
That,
means a good payout.
that. Turn that, let it sit for a second. Got a text message, we'll check that. See what you said. Yeah, low quality is better than no quality. You know, the on the channel here a few weeks ago, there's a video of the sky crane taking off. That was on my phone. LA Flights is coming to Atlanta on the 22nd to 30th. I'll be up there the 27th to 26th. Oh, sick. Nice. Yeah, I would like to, you know, I'd like to go spotting some more. I have a decent camera set up where I could get another lens for it, and it would do fine. You know, like, don't get me wrong, it's something where I was like, oh my god, I want the newest, latest, and greatest, biggest, and best, this, that, whatever. There's a point of diminishing returns where doing videos or making videos or just getting the footage and the sound is so much better already than somebody who's not doing it. So you're already a million steps ahead. You know, you don't need $1 million to start a YouTube channel. Like, if you look at Mr. Beast, he had a video way back in the day of, like, giving his brother, like, $1 million to start a YouTube channel. And his channel name was, like, Mr. Bro, or something like that, you know? Something silly. And the channel failed. He said, shit, well, how did somebody with $1 million to get all this stuff end up failing? It's because he wasn't in it. He wasn't putting out the content. He wasn't being consistent. And it just wasn't something that he wanted to do. I mean, just putting in the effort to go up there, get the videos, go wherever, get the videos, record them, or whatever the case is, it's already so much more than anybody else. Please tell me we don't get stuck here and I lose this $750,000 pay. No, we'll just sit here. I ain't got nowhere to go. Oh, no, here we go. Giving me more stuff I would have refilled and topped off. Don't give me that shit. Avoid wasting product. 100 though. That was nice. Good to see. Means I'm flying far enough in on my edge passes to not overspray. That seems to be the killer, because you want to, like, ride that edge line when you first start doing it, but then you overspray half your helicopter off, so you have to flying in a lot further in than you expect. But anyways, yeah, so I've got a Sony A7S Mark II. And super quality camera, does super quality video. Pictures, they aren't huge. It's like a 12 whatever megapixel camera. But it's got super good low light and it does 4K and everything you want to do video wise. It's not really made for pictures, you know. And I could go around and film with that and do fine. Such a bad mission. Don't do that mission. It's over in Europe. Actually, no, we're going to go back to free flying some. But I would really like to get a camcorder. So not a DSLR. I kind of want to get a camcorder so I can have better, like 24x optical zoom or whatever. Just like the one your dad would be recording you going to your baseball game in, but newer version. Also, give me ideas on places to fly. What is that? Who are you? Easter Island, okay. Since you're watching, somebody tell me where on Easter Island. Oh, no, never mind, they're right there. I was going to tell me where the statues are. We're going to go see these things. Lundberger, what's up, dude? Set as departure. Let's do it in the... I want to fly the 407, but you can't do a startup procedure with the 407 at this time, as far as I know. So what we're going to do, we're going to just set runway as departure. I want to fly the 407 just because I want to. But for a while here, you couldn't fly the 407. It was just like you couldn't go through the startup procedure and do it correctly. It was impossible to start. But yeah, so like I kind of want to get a camcorder. It's not going to have the best depth of field compared to a DSLR running like an interchangeable lens, but I feel like it'll be more compact. It'll be less fragile. Better zoom. Smoother zoom. And it's like, okay, cool, maybe I spend $2,000 on this thing. But it's a camera with every lens from 18mm up to 200mm just built in already. I'm not going to have the low light that would be... You better start fucking running. You better not be turned off. Oh no. Well, we're starting turned off. We're going to try the startup procedure and see if we can get it to do anything. Let's see if they fixed it. I'm not feeling hopeful. Fuel valve on. Let's get... Shut up. Go on, finish loading in. Strobe light. Come on, you gonna give me anything here, guys? There we go. Okay, battery on, generators off, pulse strobe, hydraulic system, position lights, particulate separator, boost transfer. We're gonna want those on. We're gonna get my avionics on. We'll click the watch our N1 and stuff here. See, that's not moving. Not feeling hopeful. Nothing's picked up on rotor. Yeah, we're just running on starter motor right now. So stupid. End flight. Okay, start me on the ground running. Runway 10. Or can we do it here? Set as departure. Custom, maybe? Set as departure. On ground, ready for takeoff. Start flight. Let's give it a shot. But yeah, so I've been wanting to do a, Don't you dare. Why? This is so silly. A stock helicopter in the game you cannot get to work. Embarrassing. Set as departure. We're gonna do the 206 then. Let's see. I keep stopping. I'm streaming it on my phone so I can kind of monitor everything. And it keeps stopping and freezing. You're not Elaine. I want to be a little bit taller. Cool. All those are good. All those are good. Collision. Want my avionics on. We're going to hit my starter button. Watch our N1. It's going to hit 15, 16-ish %. And we're going to roll over the throttle. About there. Turbine outlet temperature is going to go up. We're going to get around that 8 mark, and it's going to go whew, back down. So we did not have a hot start. We're going to wait for our N1s to get up to around 60% or so. At that point, we'll click our generator over from starter to generator. And there. Let's go turn our position lights on. I have our landing lights on. And we're going to slowly increase our throttle. We're keeping our torque managed. And it's kind of a game of clicking the weird governor switch here, which doesn't do anything in this helicopter as a switch-wise, but it does as far as what the game recognizes. So, it's weird. And let's go check out some of those silly head statues. G, get rid of that. I don't want to know where I'm going. Ooh. There we go. That's better. Had a lot of right pedal there because we were flying the Airbus earlier. Let's go fly over to this Lundberger fella. Sadly, I don't think he can see my helicopter. I'll just be a floating airplane for him because this is a downloaded aircraft. You okay here, homie? Let's commence our tour of Easter Island. I should start going or researching places and doing tours of them. I can do a pretty good tour of most places in Georgia. handful of places in Florida, etc. But it would be neat to be able to, what is this? A boat? I forget they have registered boats in the game too, because they linked up with some boat simulator or something like that, so there's like realistic looking ships and ship traffic with some things here. Let's see what this is. Looks like a little tug or a fishing boat or something. Let's pretend that he wanted us to come in to get something. Let's make our own little scenario here, you know? He's a little tug fella. Little patrol tug. Oh, not so many big buoys. I guess it's more just like a patrol boat. I'll let somebody walk to the bow of your boat real quick. And we'll come down enough for them to hop up in here. What do you say? A little happy accident. The reference of looking directly out your window at something super close is super hard to do. I'm sure it's better at practice, but something that they teach you and that I've figured out is to look very far out in front of you when you're doing your hovering stuff. And it's a lot easier to maintain a good hover when you're looking super far out. When you start looking at something right next to you, you start micromanaging all your movements. So it becomes significantly harder. Whoop. Anyways, we're not here to play with the boat. We're here to look at get some head, you know? We are here to get some head. Looks like that might be it up on the hill there. There's some things in a line. Kind of all over me there for once. Kind of that line there is what we're looking at. I'm curious how long you can ferry some helicopters, like something with enough cargo capacity to where you can add an extra 200 gallons of fuel or something on board. I'm curious what the cargo or the range would be, or what helicopter would end up giving you the most range. Like I'm sure a Chinook or something like that, when you can hang 10,000, 15, 20,000 pounds from it, you can put a lot of fuel in there, but then you also have an extremely heavy helicopter that you're trying to fly somewhere. So I know that will cancel out some, but I'm curious what the best weight ratio is for a helicopter to do a long ferry trip. Okay, where are you? Strange, I don't think you're the Easter Island statues that I'm looking for. Let's see what else there is. Hotel, Maya statues. Imagine flying in a country with, like, no FAA to tell you that you're being dangerous. Like all the cool stuff that you can do and get away with. These statues can't be this close, are they? Are they right in the middle of town? Lion statues. There's another, like, line of 4 or something. I have to get my phone out and look at this. Let's see. Easter Island statues. Pause it for just a second so I can figure out where on this island I need to go to see the big heads. Okay, so those are all like little fellows for those ones that we were just looking at. Some stones, the ones on the beach here are more ornamental ones. Okay, so we're going over the other side of the island, kind of near the cauldron. Also, wow, I thought there was a lot less, but like this whole island is littered with these statues, apparently. Okay, yeah, we're going to go over to the other side. There's got to be countries without aviation laws. Or either if they don't, they like just adopt the laws of somebody. If they just like adopt the laws of somebody else that's, I won't say similar to them, but they find like a nearby country and it's like, okay, cool. They kind of have it figured out, so we're just going to assume their laws, you know, like, okay, cool, you know, Fiji's got it figured out and we're kind of near Fiji, so we're going to use Fiji's laws. Like, I honestly don't even know what Mexican aviation laws are. I know Canada has its own setup that's pretty well developed. Mexico's got a lot of aviation happening, legal and otherwise. But I don't know how different it is, you know? Which I know apparently we also do feel like we have the best possible aviation laws here in the USA, but apparently some other countries have some pretty well done stuff set up. I've also thought about how over-regulated we are. I feel like we could be significantly more under-regulated, as well as having, Jesus, we're over-talking right here. We could be less regulation, but maybe better execution. What is this? Cows. Hello? Or we could probably do better with some aspects. and that could help out with stuff. Because I mean, if you look at it, let's just say that's Bell 206 that we're riding in right here. They were making these when Hueys were getting built to go over to Vietnam. So with that said, like, how you can't change much in an airframe without doing an entire new redesign and going through an entirely new approval process with the FAA. And you look at all the helicopters that are in the sky now, we have very, very few new designed helicopters. And when they are, they're only done by the bigger name companies. I mean, hell, you even look at something like the Airbus H-145. I think they're on the Delta 3 now. That's still running off the Kawasaki BK-117 initial type certificate, and it was kind of modified a little bit to for different changes as far as engine or going to the Fenestrum tail rotor system. But it's like it's such a huge regulatory whatever to go through to get an entirely new airframe submitted, which I like, because it's I like the idea of having something safe and tried and tested in the sky. But imagine all of the innovation that we've stomped out because of the overregulation, where small companies just can't compete. Like Robinson, although they do sell cheaper helicopters, it's one of the most popular helicopter brands just because they are cheaper. I'm like, okay, cool, they just now came out with a new helicopter. And even then it's using a lot of parts that look like they're relatively similar to what their older setups were. So how much of that's actually new, or how much of it's design carried over? And why did it take them so long to do that when they've been doing this since the 80s? Bell, when was the last time they really came out with a new helicopter? Like the 429's probably their newest one. Or the 505, still relatively new, but that was late 90s. Nobody's been able to innovate, in my opinion, because of overregulation. And then the people that are hired as regulators are people that are engineers that are smart enough to understand this. But, answer this, if you're smart enough to understand and engineer and comprehend safe helicopter and aircraft manufacturing, what's stopping you from just, going to work at the helicopter companies themselves and make $250,000 a year? A $250,000 a year engineering salary, I guarantee you, is better than whatever the FAA is going to pay you to act as a regulator. So there's this huge gap. Are those horns? There's this huge gap in pay and desire to be a regulator and being a look at those fucking things. Oh my. Now look at me. Look at me. Turn your face. I swear to God. I will turn you into mincemeat. Look at the horns on that thing. What up, my man? Anyways, there's no benefit to working for the government as a regulator, so nobody's doing it. So there's this entirely huge and unnecessary backlog of things that are waiting to go through any sort of approval process. For instance, you look at Hill helicopters. They're more or less crowdfunded, where you put in your pre-orders and you put a $100,000 deposit down, whatever. And that puts you on the list for when they come out with this new helicopter, and they're doing all the design and processing and building and manufacturing and stuff in their own factory. They're trying not to outsource it. But they've asked Jason, the owner, CEO, whatever you'd like to, I want to say CEO and founder of Hill Helicopters, his name's Jason Hill. They've asked him about the approval process in some of the podcast episodes I've listened to with him. And he said the reason they're building in the UK is after Brexit, they had to develop their own regulatory authority. And with that regulatory authority, they're only really regulating the newer things built in the UK. And guess what? There's not a lot of airplane and helicopter companies in the UK. So it's going to help them out a lot with jump-starting the regulation process. And also in that process, other countries are a lot quicker to accept the regulation approvals when you're with another country's process. So let's say it's kind of like a reciprocity laws with carrying a handgun here in the US, where it used to be like, okay, cool, if you have a carry permit in this state that also requires the same stuff as our state, then you can carry in that state, and you can carry in all the other states with similar processes. The same thing kind of applies to, apparently, the regulation process of aircraft and making and building and designing and getting stuff approved. So, with them being there in the UK, hopefully that will help their regulation building process or whatever take flight, if you want to say it that way. Yeah, so with the US agencies having all of these rules and so many stuff that you know is definitely over-regulated because nobody goes back and changes anything or adjusts it for newer technologies. They just tack stuff on, and then you have to go through all these ridiculous steps of you got to do this, but first you got to do this, but you can't do that because you didn't do this thing, but you can't do that thing because this other thing, and it's a circle of nothing ever happens. So yeah, I think we're missing out on a lot of safety and a lot of technology just because of over-regulation and the inability or no desire to look forward at changing anything. Like earlier I mentioned on the tail booms of Robinsons, they recently had a change to where they could they add this horizontal stabilizer on the tails of all the Robinson models. They started out with a 66, then adapted down to 44 and 22. But that helps with the mast bumping issue that happens with the underslung rotor system and the aerodynamics of the helicopter when compensating for that. So for instance, cresting this hill right here, I want to go down afterwards. I'm not going to push forward on the cyclic to go down. I'm going to let off on my collective to glide down it. Because the pushing down and creating that negative G, it deloads the rotor system, which is something that you do not want to do. So what they say is when you go through that deload process, I'm going to get up here to build some altitude real quick. So when you're going forward and then you go through the accidental push forward for avoidance or something, people will snatch back and that throws in a weird twist into the helicopter, and that's what causes an impact of the main rotor to the tail or some aggressive mast bumping, and it's no good. They added a horizontal stabilizer to help cancel out that twist. And they've had to go through so much approval processes on this, which understandably you're adding something to the outside of an aircraft that's going to affect A, B, or C, but the fact that it's a safety issue where the FAA's issued a specific SFAR, special flight and regulation, I believe. Anyways, a special rule and more or less a class you have to take to be able to wiggle the sticks on a Robinson, because it teaches you not to push forward, to put yourself in a low G situation, to avoid the mast bumping. Yet they're having to jump through so many hoops when they've invented a corrective procedure for it. So there's definitely ways that it can be done better. I'm not the person to tell you what to change. I've yet to completely read the FAR manual. I don't think I'll ever completely read it all the way through. It's not exactly a riveting read, but I am doing my best to go through and comprehend everything, and whatever part of it will be applying to me, mostly part 91 here at first. But there's so much to it. I mean, it's thousands of pages worth of stuff that needs to be looked at and changed and adapted, and something change here means you have to change something there. And it's just a huge deal. Can I stop before this tree line? Yeah. That's fun. Undertorque. We don't need that much movement here. These Jet Rangers are extremely easy to overtorque, apparently. And it's pretty evident. Like here, let's say I'm cruising, I'm looking at that top right circular gauge. Cruising at like 85% power, my cyclic's more or less normal. If I push forward into it, I've over-torqued up to 130% torque there. So that wasn't even a change of the collective, that was just asking that much more from the cyclic to push the helicopter forward. So you really have to take it easy. This helicopter's not really made for aggressive flying like I'm doing right here. Like that was an over-torque there, and I was just coasting. Let's see what Breeze is doing over here. Then we'll go swing by Lund again, set her down, and go look for something else to do. Ever been to Easter Island? Don't want to say that I want to now. Doesn't seem like that exciting other than a couple little fellas sticking out of the ground. Sure, it's a nice place. I just don't know if it's, unless you have the money, I don't know if it's worth the money. You know what I'm saying? That is not a sailing vessel. It's basically the same thing, just extra steps. Let's come down and see if we can do a drop off on it. Oh, scratch my eye real quick. We'll do that before we start doing anything. No, that's basically the same one. I don't know the other one had that sweep in the back. It's basically the same thing. Little movements. I don't know if these boats have a mast to them. No, they don't. So I can't really touch down on it. It sucks. We got your fellow. We're out here, dude. See ya. Chasing the sunset over here towards Lundberger. Not really a sunset, just a good angle in the sunlight where it gives us a good color. Looks like maybe a little bit of oil and fuel storage here for island users. Sure they're gonna like this. Hold up. It's probably frowned upon. Runway's over here. Has he moved? Yeah, he's slowly going down. What are you doing here, bud? Osbo passive aircraft, generic piston, one engine. So you're still facing the same way, but you're just further down. Is he running? I can hear some sound from him. Let's go sit down. Get our ponies up. We are well above ETL here. Get some altitude and we'll come in for an aggressive stop wherever it looks good. Let's go sit down next to the fuel truck. What are you gonna say? Smooth. Very nice. Why am I short all of a sudden? I click start at any point. I want to be low 25%, but whatever. Cool. End flight. Let's see. Basically all of South America's dead right now. Uh-oh, the ice wall. What is you? What is you? The post office down here. Weird. Marcoy Island. Okay, I gotta look at you on real maps for a second. You've piqued my interest. So where are you? You are southeast. There's that one, okay. So you are further down here. McQuire Island. Yeah, it does not look like there is anywhere for a runway. There's a motel. Where's this post office, though? Island Station. There's the post office. So I guess their helipad on the post office. Those are a whole bunch of seals. Goodness. What a weird place. I'm curious where they show the helipad being here. Yeah, just kind of on the beach there next to it. They're showing 2 helipads there. It's not showing on Google Maps unless I'm... Oh, nope. They show them there. Didn't know they were helipads. Interesting. Where to? 6 viewers right now. We are deciding where to go anywhere in the world to go fly helicopters around. If you have any suggestions, please chime in. Or else I'm just going to pick somewhere boring. Because apparently I like the idea of commuting back and forth to work. We've done some career mode stuff already. We've yapped about just about anything you can imagine. PNGs there. What's going on with all the colors here? Oh, let's see. Yes, please feel free to say something. Give me something to talk about so I'm just not being myself. Pyramids. I think I did that in 2020. I don't think I've done that in 2024 yet. I've kind of touched Italy. Thing is, there's so many cool places. And it's like, how do you even like begin to think of where to go or what to do? So we'll do this. In the meantime, while we're figuring something out, we'll do a bread run, a sun up to sundown bread run, or really start up to shutdown sort of thing in the R22. And do it as like a, I want all the fuel. We're going heavy. We are going to go for my local airport here, which is something that we were trying to do yesterday on stream. I'm going to go to work. Now, what day of work? That's a different story. Working in the film industry, you kind of boop and bop around to everywhere. So we're going to go to Cartersville. I think Arrowhead Lake is that right there. We're going to be going to this field. I believe this is it. The last show that I did was... When I say show, I work in the film industry. The last production I did was Will Trent. Yep, this is where we're going. I'm going to do this as a morning-ish flight. And we worked up there on one of our days for a locations day. Some days we work at a normal spot at the stages or wherever, and other days we're working an hour and a half away. But that show's over now, so I'm going to relive the glory days of commuting to work by commuting to work. Unless y'all give me a cool idea of something to do, then we can always feign an emergency and land and get out of here. We may turn the time back a little bit. Oh, why does it do that? Weird. Oh, there's so many 22s here right now. Holy crap. Battery on. Strobe on. Put our fuel all the way rich. Go ahead and click there. Magneto, magneto, magneto. Start. There you go. I don't know why my blades are fucking spinning. Maybe just a little bit of remnant feeling. Give her a little bit of gas. Not that much gas. Go ahead and get our clutch engaging. And turn the governor off for now. We're going to wait for the blade needle there to match up with our engine RPM needle. I'm slowly increasing throttle. That's happening to keep it in the 50-ish range. Don't want it in the yellow because that's bad vibrations. I'm sitting just about right there. Let's turn up to the 70-ish% range to get over. The yellow range. Waiting on cylinder head temperature. Looks like we're pretty much getting that now. We can increase throttle up, and once I get to there, I just want to flick my governor on and let that take me where we need to go. We're going to get rid of our little thing there. Cool. Okay, Griffin, Spalding County traffic. This is helicopter 42069. Foxtrot uniform. Whatever. Taking off from the ramp, we're going to be targeting straight out to the north. Spalding County traffic. No runway. We're relatively light, all things considered. Take off over the beautiful field of helicopters. I'm going to take the landing lights off. We don't need those. On a little bit, let's get into it. No suggestions on where to go, so we're just going to be going, you know? Is this today's weather? If so, we're going to be in for a fucking surprise. I can see stars. That's good. Let's keep gaining some altitude. And also, I'm going to be pretty boring unless y'all are giving me something to yap about, so just beware. Get a little bit more nighttime. Because I want to time out sunrise, because I walked to this location in the dark. No! If I escape and come back. Nope. There we go. Okay, cool. That's much darker. Much better. We are aiming a little east right now, thanks to our Garmin. What's our heading supposed to be here? This should also keep us pretty clear of airport stuff. Pretty much do fucking north. Cool. We'll take it. And we can pretty much follow 1941 north here. And we'll just choo-choo along. Yap about anything aviation. Let me talk about how much I am not a fan of Airbuses. Okay? First of all, French. What the fuck is that? Excuse me, parlez-vous français? You want the croissant? It's croissant. Get it right. No, Airbuses are pretty dope. I mean, hell, any airplane is cool. It's doing such a, I won't say mystifying, gravity-defying thing, but I mean, you're flying, you know? Can't really complain about that. Can I turn my lights down a little bit? There we go. I'll tell you what, I'm really starting to debate the idea of doing some fixed wing work. Not because I want to do fixed wing, but until I'm flying commercial helicopter, the cost of getting hours in rotary versus fixed wing is significant. So if it's something where I can get myself into a fixed wing situation and begin doing fixed wing things for fun while also still doing the rotorcraft stuff, and it's almost like a why not, you know, it's not going to hurt. There are providers out there and operators where, oh wow, you got angry when I said that. Let me look at my chat again. Get a helicopter up to 40,000 feet. Okay, cool. Fly your Airbus this low the entire trip and land it within 0 feet. Goes both ways. And this helicopter can't do 40,000, but there are helicopters that have done it. It's not a consistent thing, but they can get up there. Anyways, there are operators that do rotorcraft and fixed wing, and if you want to fly private luxury for somebody, it's not a bad thing to try to do, to where you can be somebody who's relatively well off. Why do these things not have lights on? It's wild. Somebody who's relatively well off, to where you can do, let's say, fly their Gulfstream Galaxy 200 or G350, some sort of jet, and then if they want to get a helicopter too, they can be like, hey, cool, do you know how to fly a helicopter? And if you say yes, then you can have that other source of income through that, which is pretty cool. I actually need to pause this for a quick second. Gotta plug something in. I have my laptop here kind of running moderator position, and it's telling me my battery's low. Okay, cool. Back to back to back. Let's go. Get that rolling again. Cool, cool. Resume. Get the stick. There we go. Am I still sitting good? I can be back just a little bit. AS350 A-Star, pretty damn cool. And they've also, which flying that high, I don't want to say it's easy, but it's a lot easier than landing that high. If you have the power to move forward and create lift, then you can more or less go as high as the engine will take you. But when you look at something like the landing the same, I don't know if it's the same thing, but an AS350, an A-Star, H125, whatever you want to call it, it's all give or take the same thing, different engines per variations and equipment. Either way, they've also landed it on Everest, sat there on the ground for a bit, and then took it off again from the surface of Everest. And not like a pushing forward takeoff, like a pick up and hover a little bit and move sort of thing. So the A-Star is a very, very capable aircraft for what it is. For being a single engine turbine helicopter, it's got spunk, to say the least. Like, it can do some cool shit. I kind of wish that I need to fly this in like some remote areas so I can get like that false horizon. In fact, right now there's still a pretty good separation between real horizon, or there is a pretty good view of the real horizon where you're not really getting thrown off super bad by that. Let me zoom in on this a little bit. Why do you know zoom? Okay, we're gaining altitude. I need to pause again real quick. Grab something else. Why is everything freaking electronic these days? Okay, back to it. Resume. Stabilize. Something I think would be cool for whether it be Flight Sim or X-Plane or somebody to do would be once you come back from your pause menu to kind of give you a crosshair of where your controls were and where they're at now so you can recenter. And then once you're close enough it restarts. Because sometimes if I move around I may move my cyclic all the way back over there, so it really throws me off when I get back in because I don't have a self-centering setup. That will be the one downside to this. The Apache simulations, I forget which it is. I think it's Apache Simulator. I think their setup's great, but I do wish there was a sort of self-centering thing in it. Because sometimes I do want to fly an airplane here or there, because I can make a lot of money a lot quicker in career mode to get myself the heavy lift helicopter that I want to do. That's deep. That's deep. I like that. But with no self-centering, it's kind of hard to put it in any sort of autopilot because pushing the stick forward in whatever degrees will cancel out the autopilot. But I'll tell you this, I do plan on commuting to work one day in a helicopter. You can mark my words, and it's not a helicopter job, that's what I mean. Commuting to work in a helicopter for a helicopter job is kind of a given, depending on what it is, if it's like a cell phone business or whatever. But I would love to fly one day to work in the film industry in a helicopter. I think that would be extremely funny, especially for any producers or whatever. Like, how exactly much are we paying this guy again? He showed up in a helicopter. Like, really, I'd be losing money commuting to work in a helicopter, but I would be spending that money anyways. And because it'd be a situation where I'd have to own it to do that. I don't want to think about the rental cost to rent something for an entire day, even though I think they only charge you for flight hours. I think if you were to want something for the entire day, they would kind of be against it. And unapproved off-airport landings, they would probably be against it. But, with that said, can I stream through moving on? To buy something like this R22 is not impossible for a normal person. So I'm definitely not extremely well off by any means. But getting something like this is something that is possible. So, especially on a day where it's just like a simple pistol or something at work, I'm not having to haul an AR and ammo and stuff around with me. So I guess a little bit taller and a little bit screwed back. There we go. That feels right. Yeah, it's like, why not at that point too? Like, if you have one and you can get the approval to do something like land at your place of work, why not? Why not get that experience and get some flight planning in? Make sure you're playing all of your paths correctly. Which right here, I'm going to have to cut right. Now what I'm looking at is my GPS down here is showing me the airspaces for the Bravo airport here. And I'm going to want to be, where's my mouse? I'm going to want to be on the right side of this line. going around, so we're going to play this appropriately. If you zoom in any more, that would be sick. I don't want to break a Bravo. I can't click that again. That's right. I don't want to bust a Bravo for my commute to work. Yeah, so the big thing for this, I'll be under a certain altitude. When I'm in that particular area of the Bravo. And once I'm north of that, then I can start cutting back in towards Atlanta proper. Now I was able to get up to 5,000 feet or something, 7,000 feet, I forget what the crossover height is, and I can go over that. That's not a journey I would want to take in this helicopter to get up to that point. So what we're going to do now that we're over here in our little getting around this arc of the Bravo, we're going to get ourselves down to 1,500 feet. And what that will do, that will put us at our 1,000 feet of separation with any of the incoming traffic for Atlanta. Yeah, I think helicopters are just the tits, you know. And Airbus, I mean, Airbus fan, they do make helicopters. I mean, the AS350 is now considered an Airbus, the H125. H120, give or take the same thing, but finished run. H130, give or take the same thing, but wider in finished run, better for sightseeing. Oh, why am I losing RPM there? Okay, cool. Probably because I was asking for a lot of power, because I'm trying to go fast. Let's see what else. The EC-135, they just released the EC-140 and the EC-145 are all twin engine, kind of based off the Kawasaki BK-117. Extremely solid, extremely reliable. They also have the 155, the 160, which is their newest. I think 195, 215, and 225. And the 225 would be like the Super Puma, is what that would be. We are skirting the Bravo right here, guys. I mean, we are riding that line. I'm going to hang a little bit further out. We're at a happy altitude. We're at 1,300 feet. But we are riding that line, I'll tell you that. This is almost like ATC being like, hey, helicopter, could you scoot like 10 feet over to your right? But the big thing is maintaining the separation, because he's at 2,900 going over us now, and we're at 1,400, so we've got a 1,500 foot separation vertically. Because that's our big thing. So we're starting to get some sunrise vibes from that way. We're definitely going to cut off if we continue that turn. We'll just keep cutting up here till we hit 285. There's Trash Mountain right there. For anybody who's not aware, there's a... where are you flying right now? So right now we are southeast of Atlanta. We are coming up to the 675-285 intersection. This hill that you see right here is the dump. We're doing a very quality tour here. As you can see, I'm taking you to all the quality places where people send their trash. And we are skirting. When I say skirting, I mean maybe slightly encroaching only Bravo airspace. Shut up. Almost definitely encroaching on the Bravo airspace for Hartsville-Jackson, which is that concentration of lights over here. And now that we're getting up here to passing Trash Mountain, I believe we're over 285. Yeah, this will be 285 right here. So there's the perimeter. I'm going to keep going north a wee bit more for another mile or so, and then we'll be clear of the Bravo. I wonder. It's further this way. See if we can see the stages from here. A little detour. Okay, so that's truck stop area. That's that turn. Okay. So we're going to cut the Bravo a little bit to land at a specific spot. Not to land, but to show. To explore a wee bit. This would be a cop city, if you are wondering about Atlanta lore. This is what cop cities consider kind of over to the right, that big open area. And clearing out to make it a police training area. Did they not show it? It's been around since then. Where's that road there? Not two there. Definitely inside the prison. I guess they just have it rendered out where it doesn't look like what it actually is. Anyways, over here, guys. Yeah, this has to be it. They just have it rendered out weird where the algorithm made it not what it is. This is Black Hall Studios. This is where we filmed Tomorrow War at. So this is actually a handful of sound stages and stuff like that. They just don't have it rendered appropriately. Oh well. Anyways, back on course. Where's Atlanta? Okay, back to it. I'm going to consider myself clear of the Bravo now, I don't care. We've done our part. Let's get our altitude back, and let's continue on. You like I-285 because of how close it is to Atlanta. Why do you like me then? I try to stay as far away from this damn city as I can. No, it is nice, though, to kind of build a perimeter around Atlanta to, like, keep it in its place, you know? We don't want it getting out. It's kind of bad for everybody if we let Atlanta get out. I don't mind the wiggling, I'm just readjusting my wiener. Yeah, if there was a button that could turn 285 into a wall, I would probably press the button. I'm being real. Like, just turn that whole concrete thing into a wall. I mean by the airport, not the city. Yes, we're about to lose rotor RPM. I know. I'm looking at my phone. Let me be a pilot, damn it. Yeah, that was a cool movie to work on. I hate that I didn't get to go to the Iceland unit, because there was actually a group that with a main unit that went to Iceland to get the glacier shots and stuff there. I was not a part of that. It would have been super cool. I've yet to leave the country for film. It's kind of one thing I would like to do before I say sayonara for good. But either way, we ended up having to do some additional photography for shots that they did not get when they were there. So we brought in snow machines to the inside of the studios, inside the stages, and we brought in giant refrigeration units. And we cooled the stages down to about 18 degrees Fahrenheit while it was 32 outside, so we'd have to go outside to warm up. Let's do a quick slam and run. Slam and scram here at Grady. Corey Tower right there. Got Grady right here. We'll touch a skid and skidoodle before we get our town over. I know, shut up. I'm playing fast and dangerous here. Very fast, very dangerous, very outside of the normal. Because we're doing this into the dark of night. Boop. And we're gone. Never even knew. Okay. Back on path. Definitely not flying too low. Yeah, the city... Don't get me wrong, cities have some cool things. Like not that park. That park, I've seen rats the size of burritos steal a burrito. There are some okay things about cities. Actually, there's a helipad over here. I wonder if it's in the game. Ooh, fun fact, this is where the bombing happened back during the Olympics. But, anyways, yeah, the city's cool. Like, there are things about cities that are things, you know, I don't want to say necessary, blah, 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 whatever. You know, too many people, it's unsustainable. Cities only exist because not cities exist. Hilton. Boop. And scram. And there's another one up here. I think it's that one there. Atlanta News First, yeah. This is one I didn't know. It's kind of like a helipad in a parking lot. But it's on our path anyway, so we're going to take it. But yeah, it's like you have all these people living here. And there's so much traffic and there's so much crime. And you can't go anywhere alone at night without being harassed or attacked. Or you can't leave your car door unlocked. You don't know your neighbors. You can't trust your neighbors. Like, okay, cool, there's business that happens here. Neat. I get it. Business, whatever. But I can't personally think of any redeeming qualities of living in a city or wanting to live in a city, you know? It's just, there's nothing about it that appeals to me. There's power lines here, that's fun. Maybe I'll put a helipad next to power lines. I believe it's this square right here. I assume this is where a news chopper would come together. There's a little H there. Okay, it just doesn't make sense to me. You know, you're surrounded by concrete. You can't touch grass. You can't do anything that humans were supposed to do. You know, there's no pluses to it other than just having different food convenient to you, you know. Which I was going to say, if there was going to be one thing I would be jealous of, would be having food convenient to you. Also, fun fact, the scene in Bad Boys 3 where they're doing the helicopter chase will be filmed on this bridge right here. And I've got pictures of an A-Star parked right there in front of us on this bridge. And then in between shots, you would have it down in, I think this field here looked different back then when we filmed it, but yeah. Here's another piece of Navy trivia for you. Okay, let's get some altitude and get out of this buffering zone. Or the Coca-Cola back in 2020. Wasn't very fun during the pandemic too. Never go outside at night and eating barbecue in the state down the street. I don't care. You know, like, it's only so often I want to go somewhere where it's screaming K-pop at me. And, like, making me cook my own 2 small steaks. You know, in super small portions where I eat super slowly and I don't get enough. Like, there's only so much of that I can take. And, like, okay, cool. Well, there's a, let's just say convenience store, Walmart, a mile away when you live in Atlanta. Well, that mile, you can either walk it in 15 minutes through streets, through crosswalks, through all this stuff, and then you have to carry all your crap back with you. Or you can try to drive there, and you can spend who knows how long, 10, 15 minutes getting there, driving just because of traffic. If you get lucky, maybe you get lights on your favor, you can do it in 2, 3, 4 minutes. But I mean, you're stopping and going, and there's traffic, and there's people, and there's a liability, and it's so much. And I can handle situations, but it's not worth it. I would much rather drive 10 miles to a grocery store in 10 minutes of cruising backcountry roads with my windows down and not inhaling diesel fumes from all the construction that's never going to end. I mean, it's like we filmed some in Detroit. Detroit's a rough area. Like, there was not a single place in that city that I saw, and I even tried to explore around, that I would want to be after dark. You go downtown Detroit, like in the city midtown area. It wasn't bad during the day. You know, like, seemed like decent people around the entire time. Little city scooters or bikes you could ride. Because I had lost a watch. I had like a cheap G-Shock or something when I was up there. I was like, man, I really need another watch, because I look at my watch all the time. I'd much rather do that than like look at a phone. So I found a store, and I went up there and got another G-Shock from the store up there, and it was like 10 blocks away from where the hotel was. I got the little scooter, I rode up there, got myself a new G-Shock, and like, it was great, you know, like, there was a whole bunch of people, a whole bunch of little restaurants and places around there. But you can tell that it was just like the veil of what that city was peels back at night, or peels back during the day. Like, the light drives away what the actual darkness of that city is. And I see pictures from people visiting towns like Chicago, visiting town, anywhere. I've been to LA, going through there at night. And it's just like, I mean, even in LA, like, I went out there for a meeting, flew out there, got there at midnight, got a hotel for a few hours, then went back to the hotel for a few hours, went to the meeting, drove the canyons out of the city because I didn't want to spend time in the city. There's nothing I would want to do there. And the only thing that I did when I stopped in the city, I stopped to get, what is it? What were the crepes? I wanted some crepes. And I'm more of a savory crepe person, so it was like the chicken and whatever crepes. It wasn't like the Nutella and banana and strawberry. So I get my crepes and top off the rental car on gas. Drop it off at the place, and then get the bus ride back to the terminal. And that was evening when I did that. The flight got pushed a little bit, so I had to end up killing time at the airport. Either way, it was like, just from this is like a normal day to it. It was like a Tuesday, okay? It wasn't like a Friday, everybody getting off work early, or like a weekend with everybody out doing stuff. This was like a Tuesday at like, I think my flight was supposed to be 9, so I wanted to be back at the airport at like 6 to give myself time to go through security, to get some food, to find the gate, blah blah blah, whatever. So I get up there, north of the city, do all my driving through the canyons. I eat at the same table that they did in Fast and the Furious, at the restaurant there on the PCH, which was neat. And I want to say my ticket for the day and my receipt, I still have it saved somewhere. It was like ticket number either 420 or ticket 69. So very, very silly. Is that somebody's gamer tag over there? There's no way that's lights. Anyways, and after I watched the sunset, because this was in February too, so earlier sunsets, I watched and recorded the sunset just north of the city. I mean, just out of, like, in between Malibu and LA. Recorded the sunset. And afterwards, it took like an hour to get from there down into the city itself to the airport. And I stopped and did some crepes on the way down, just because that's what I was craving. Cool little crepe spot. Definitely, if I go back, I'll be dropping back by there, just because I don't even think there's a crepe spot in Atlanta. I know sometimes, depending on the production that I work on, they'll bring a like a crepe food truck sort of thing by, which isn't bad. But yeah, crepes are good, you know, especially the savory. I like my protein and my umami flavors, which I'm also saying umami loosely because I still don't quite know exactly what it is. Is it Kennesaw Mountain, which means we'll be crossing Kennesaw Airport soon, I believe. I guess that was it over there. I know we saw Dobbins, but I don't know if we've seen Kennesaw yet. Ooh, are lights starting to turn off? You better get to work then. You better hurry up. How far away is my destination? I still can't see it. Can I turn it back a little bit more time? Is that going to be a thing? Give me my time clock back. Resume. That's annoying. Wish there's a way to get that figured out. There's so many little things in this game that it's like they should have figured this out in testing. You know, like, okay, cool, why can't I get my menu come up? I'm literally punching the button here to get my menu to come up, but nothing. And that's why I'm being so wobbly right now, because I'm trying to control things that aren't easy to grab controls. But I figured once I land, we'll kind of call this a stream. Looks like Airbus fans pieced out again, not to go live his life. Or no, back to 4. Maybe he's here. Who knows? Either way, you know, it's It's so busy, there's so many people, and it's so non-sustainable for this giant city stuff. Like I said, if I could press a button and make 285 a wall, and to just keep everybody inside 285 that lives there, I would. Wouldn't, honestly, wouldn't even feel bad. Like, we can set up some checkpoints to drop stuff off to them and charge them a premium. But see, a lot of them too, like, they wouldn't be upset. Which is the weird thing. There are so many people that can be born or move to a city, or they claim that's their personality, and they will have no negative feelings to just living in a containment concrete jungle that is city life, you know? I know so many people who, when you even bring up the idea of living, if you're still here, who even bring up the idea of living anywhere out where there isn't 15 restaurants within walking distance. You know, they can't comprehend wanting to do that. But they still go on vacation to just other concrete jungles. Like, rarely do you see them going somewhere out in the wild. And if they do, they still see that and they see how good they feel. Which, that's a crazy thing. They can go out there. Sorry, I'm moving around so much. I'm adjusting the VR headset. But they can literally go to a place far away, or just to a place midways away. You know, let's say you live in Atlanta, you go down to the beach, like a 38 area, where it's kind of out in the middle of nowhere. There's some things around, but it's more. And they say, "Oh man, I feel so good after my vacation," and they get depressed when they go back to work. That's because you're living in the wrong place. That's because you're not giving yourself the room that you need to live and to exist. There's a lot that you can do out there that people just don't realize. It just increases their standard of living. And it's just incomprehensible to them to imagine the fact that something as little as getting greenery, getting scenery, is a game changer for them. Let's see. Keep the Atlanteans where they originate. Yeah, for real. And also, stop moving to Georgia. Like, this urban sprawl that's happening everywhere, where areas are getting torn down. We're becoming, Georgia specifically, they're doubling the size of the port in Savannah. So to compensate for that doubling of the size of the port, they're expanding Interstate 16 up to 75 and 75 up to McDonough, adding some truck-only express lanes to keep the tractor-trailer traffic out of normal traffic to hopefully not clog up the interstate. So you're talking about making the port bigger, which is a 5-year, 10-year dredging process, and then another 10 to 20-year process of actually making the port accept the extra traffic of ships coming in, unless they're doing it at the same time, then kind of condense that a little bit. And then a 20-year process of doing that construction, because when have you known them to do any sort of road construction that's taken the amount of time necessary? You know, it's always way longer than you expected. But it's like, okay, cool, like, then they're just becoming a warehouse state. Like, Georgia's just becoming a warehouse state. I'm north of Columbia and quite rural, and 5 more out so far. Oh, yeah. And, like, that's the way I'd rather be. I would rather be rural. I can be completely rural. You know, I can have a 45-minute trip to the nearest store, and I would be happy. Sure, it'd be annoying sometimes, but I would much rather be in the absolute most inconvenient place that you can imagine than being inside the perimeter in Atlanta. Plain and simple. On the ports in Savannah. So if you think about it, with all that stuff getting shipped in, that means they need a place to store it. And the best place to store something coming off the ship to be sorted and to put into inventory and stored and received and processed, whatever, you want it to be as close to a distribution hub as you possibly can. So you can imagine Atlanta being that distribution hub. You have 75 north and south. You have 85 north and south. You have 20 east and west, all coming out of Atlanta. You have the airport, which is a hub for FedEx, UPS, all of those. They can ship out of that airport. We have a lot of rail systems that come out of Atlanta as well. So Atlanta is where they want to put these warehouses to make the most sense financially. It makes more sense to drive the container that you get off the ship 4 hours to Atlanta and then have the distribution center there, and then make a distribution center in Savannah, and then have to drive 4 hours and then distribute from that central point. So they're trying to build warehouses as close to Atlanta as you can. Well, guess what? Atlanta's full. The suburban areas nearby are pretty damn full. So where I'm at now, which is the Jackson, Griffin, Locust Grove, Forsyth area, that's kind of the furthest north as you can go to Atlanta without it becoming warehouses currently. But they are currently trying to turn it all into warehouses because that's the closest point that they can get to Atlanta. And these places are building these warehouses without the port even being doubled in size yet. They've already taken the exit near me, and they've put in like millions of square feet of warehouse, and most of it's sitting empty. I think one of them's only used because like the company who built it was the company that was going to be using it. It's like a medical supply company, not like pharmaceuticals, but all like the hard plastics, metals, and stuff like that. They're only have their warehouse full because they're the ones using it. All the other ones are sitting empty. Where these investors are just waiting for companies to realize that that's the prime location and that's where they want to offer their warehousing and stuff for. And they're trying to do it at my exit too. They're trying to build on next to DNR sort of areas, like State Park Lakes. They're building on rivers, in these floodplain areas where, regardless of the retention pond design that they do, it's not going to become what they want it to be. You know, it's like there will be effects, you know, like the lake that they're trying to build on. Can't do it with a freaking mouse, but I use the laser pointer. Like the lake that they want to build next to is already having issues with runoff from the other stuff. And when we have big rains and stuff like today, just like a quarter of the impermeable surface that would be produced would be enough to cause flood states greater than what like the biggest floods they've seen. So they keep trying to add all this stuff on there, and it's like, why? Why is the state, why are the elected or unelected officials willing to ruin something beautiful? Like, this isn't where I live right here, but look at this around us. Like, sparsely populated, you have a river coming through here, you know, mountainous area, mountain-ish, hilly, sub-mountain area. People spread out like this is so much more beautiful than back down towards the city. Georgia 35A, hell yeah. Is that one that's in the game? Okay, we'll be done after this, but I do want to see if the 35A is in the game. And that's our field that we're landing it over here. And I think that's the lake community just to the north of it there. Anyways, I love the 35A, those tip tanks. If you could see in front of my TV there, I have a little, like, Hot Wheel sized Lear 35A. Let me see if it's... Shut up. I'm looking at a model airplane in real life. Learjet. I can't see if it says what model it is, but I'm pretty sure it's a 35A. Okay, anyways, here's where we filmed a couple of scenes for Will Trent here, which this is actually an airport. It was at one point. It doesn't show on the map as an airport like everything else does. But this field here is technically an airport. We drove up this way, and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's unreal to me that people are willing to ruin the beautiful thing that is the wildness of Georgia to bring in warehouses. We had our lunch at this church there. That's where catering is set up. Down this hill. And all the way low on my collective now. Just feathering that down for our slowdown. We had our working trucks, which we like all the prop trucks, camera trucks, grip trucks, all that stuff. It's down in this little lot on the left where you see this road. So all of them are kind of parked in this little area here. And then you follow this road back. And it crosses a nice little river and creek and stuff down here. And then, sad that you can't see the creek, a beautiful river and creek like directly below us, right here. And we filmed like one little scene over there. There's a rodeo episode of Will Trent coming up, so when you see the horses, you know that that's the episode that we were filming up here. And this right here is technically an unimproved runway. Or it was at some point. It looked very out of care. And then we were filming at that little house thing there. So I'm gonna set down over here. Find a flattish area. We'll go over next to this house. Cool. Throttle down. Governor off. Yeah, the mountains up here are fucking beautiful, dude. It's on my list of things that I would like to, or places I would like to live, you know. Like, I don't want to say, like, I don't see anything wrong with wanting to be up here, but, like, I literally, there's no downside that I could ever think of. Anyway, we're done. I don't want to pull the rotor brake and wait for that. So what we're going to do real quick, we're going to see if we can do a Learjet. So yeah, that's technically a runway right there, and then there's that whole golf course neighborhood thing. I have a friend who lives Canton, Cherokee County, Jasper. She moved up over here somewhere, east side of Jasper in the mountains. And I would love to be up there. I think some of the best areas. And then also, I know I've flown here before. There's Ball Ground. Where is Tate? So Jasper comes down. Where is Tate? It's just south of Jasper. What am I doing? Canton and Ball Ground. Okay. Okay, yeah, here. This particular building set up here is actually hangars. It's not chicken coops. That's Helicopter Express, really big helicopter operator. Let's just come into Pickens County here. Set his departure. All. I want to go back. Or no, H. J. No. There's no Lear. They must have had a downloaded model. I absolutely adore the 35A. Unless they have it listed somewhere else, like the Textron Beechcraft. It's a Beechcraft, not... Let's see. I wrote a book down here. Let me read it real quick. It says... My grandparents live in North Carolina. I have a neighbor who cut down trees for a runway to try landing. Aviat A1B, Husky at it. Never succeeded. It's right on the side of Blue Ridge Football Hill, too. Yeah, I've... In my search for property to buy, I always have that in the back of my head of like, could I put a runway here if I were to put the time and effort into cutting something down? Edge 540, I might want to just try that later just to see. Because I think I tried the Extra. I think they have an Extra or a Game Bird in here. And I tried one of those. A5 is neat. Goose, those are cool. There's a few of those floating around the used market right now. I want to fly this one on stream, but I've had so many problems with it because it was a downloaded from 2020 and brought over here. Yeah, through the Extra, flew the Extra. No Lear jet with tip tanks. I still think the Vision jet's really neat. People tell me I'm dumb for that, though. I accept that. These big old silly airplanes. The pits are so freaking cool. I love the pits. Antonov is neat. Especially because it's like a big passenger cabin, too, on a biplane. .400M is my favorite Airbus, by the way. Have I flown the Albatross yet? I don't know. Anyways, I want to fly this Red Bull plane. Actually, let me see what the F-35 is there. Cool. FSR? Looks like a Malibu. Oh, they have a Piaggio. That's cool. See all marketplace. Show me Lear. B-52, that'd be a cool one. Only a 2.2 stars, though. After we kind of scan through this, I want to see what the highest rated airplane is. Probably end up being one of these really nice Airbus models. Ooh, B1, very cool, the bone. This is all, ooh, cool. This is all alphabetical order. They do cars too, which is funny. Because I think there's like a Mercedes AMG or something that you can do. I've seen that a few times. F-14, hell yeah. 22 Raptor, 4.5. Not bad. For 35 bucks, it better be good. I love the F-22. I think my favorite U.S. fighter, though, as far as looks, is the F-18. Just because it has hips. Fogamaster, no shit. I may have to download that one. That'd be worth 25 bucks. If you're unfamiliar, Uplift Aviation on Instagram, they're airplane brokers. They kind of have one of these as their, what do you want to call it? Like a promotional plane for a while. So cool. I love it. It's a great sounding plane. Fly drones, wild. Race car, not interested. Stratotanker, very cool. Lear fan, 35A, 40 bucks. Ah, that's not worth it for me. If we're not going to fly it, like, I would fly it once. it's not worth it. Somebody donates $39, I'll buy it. But I'm not going to go out of my way for that. So let's get back to where we were. F, Foga, Island, Lear 35A. Oh, Honda Jet, cool. You like the Vision Jet? Yeah, the Vision Jet's neat. I know it's slightly slow, slightly underpowered, but for what it is, I think it's very neat. I do wish it had like a better takeoff landing distance though, because they're kind of outperformed by some turboprop stuff like the PC-12 or the TBM series. Osprey, I know a friend who was flying one of those in 2020 back when I would play with him. You know who you are. Have you ever watched this? PC-12, very cool, but that's native in the game. Quickies, I know a couple of people who fly those in real life. Let's see. Okay. 2.0, I didn't expect the modeling to be that good to get a good score. That's cool. Goshawk, very neat. So I may buy the 170 soon. I'm not going to do it today. I'm going to be mature and not do it. Okay, cool. Are there any helicopters that are decent? 47's neat. I'd like to fly the BK-17. I have the 145, which is Hype's group. I paid like $50 for it. It's way better than that one. I kind of want to get the L3. Because I have the 206B3 now. This here. I kind of want to get the L3. Jet Exec really don't have a desire for it. H120 is cool, but I've got the H130, so I really don't have a desire for that. R66 is factory. Yeah, I've got the 22. But not from Machinery. If they had a Gazelle, that's almost the Gazelle. If they had the Gazelle, I would get that. Schweitzer 300, 2.5, Schweitzer 300, 2.4. So they're about the same. S64, that's native now. S76 is cool, but at 1.8, It's probably just a crappy model stuck on one of the old crappy setups. Okay, anyways. Gliders, okay. Other. Boats, okay, cool. Ram TRX, okay. Let's see. Oh well, anyways, it's been an extremely long stream today. Airbus fan, thanks for hanging out. Jake, when you're in here, thanks for hanging out. Anybody else who swung by, thanks for it. If you're watching this later, appreciate it. Like, comment, subscribe, whatever that bullshit is. Doesn't matter. I'm just flying anyway, so I figure I might as well stream. So I will see you guys tomorrow or the next day or something if you decide to swing by. So, adios. Or not.